Tonight, you do not need to try to fall asleep. You do not have to fight with the thoughts that still refuse to settle down in your mind. And you definitely do not need to force yourself to be calm or go searching for peace somewhere far away. Just sit still for a moment and let everything return to its natural rhythm. Out there, the world is still moving, but here in this space, there is only your breath and this voice, slow, warm, and gentle like a breeze passing through your hair. All day long, you have moved through countless sounds, countless faces, and countless thoughts flowing one after another like a river that never stops. Now is the time for that river to rest, for the water to become clear, and for the lake inside you to reflect the sky. Every night, there is a little place like this waiting for you, where there is nothing to do, no one to become, just a quiet, kind breath. Before we begin our meditative stories, I just want to gently invite you to do one small thing. Press the subscribe button, not for the numbers, not out of habit, but so that your future self can easily return to quiet moments like this. Every time the night comes back, these stories will find their way to you, like an old friend who knows how to sit beside you in silence, lighting a small lantern in your soul without saying a word. Now you can gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in and let the new air fill your lungs. Exhale softly, letting everything heavy slowly melt into the space around you. Let your body soften and feel lighter, as if you are lying on a cloud, drifting gently across a peaceful sky. And when your mind begins to settle, words will turn into gentle waves, carrying you through the silent corners of the night. From this moment on, your journey begins Zen stories for your deepest sleep yet. As your breath becomes steady, your mind begins to settle, like the surface of a lake after the wind has passed. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to think. Just a gentle, open space around you, as wide as the night, but as tender as a palm. Imagine that you are walking along a narrow path covered in mist. Beneath your feet is a layer of soft, dry leaves, like fading memories. The wind rustles gently through the treetops, carrying the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. In the distance, a small flickering light glows beyond a bamboo grove. You walk closer. An old wooden house appears, its brown walls weathered, a soft beam of light slipping through a cracked window. No one speaks, but somehow it feels like the house itself is breathing slowly, deeply, peacefully. People in the village call it by a strange name, the house that knows how to listen. And that is where our first story begins. Story 1, The House That Knows How to Listen. Night falls on the village slowly, like a thin veil. Someone patiently spreads over the tiled roofs, sliding past the bamboo fence and settling quietly on the weather-worn wooden doorstep. The dirt path leading out to the field gradually changes color, darker now, but it is not the darkness of fear. It is the gentle black of an old wool blanket. At the edge of the village, where the wild grasses bow their heads and the insects tap their rhythms like wooden spoons hitting spoons, there is a house standing still. It is neither too large nor too small, like a phrase spoken just low enough to be heard. The villagers call it the house that knows how to listen. No one remembers when it first appeared. Some say it was there before they were born. Some say it existed even before the first temple bell was carried by the wind into the valley. But anyone passing by at dusk can feel something unnamed the house breathes. On hot days, it breathes like bamboo leaves, gently rubbing against each other. When it rains, it breathes like a hedge drinking. When the winter mist lingers, it breathes like an old person sitting by an ember bed, warming cracked hands. I came there one night, unplanned. Just a long day, full of voices, full of trivial gestures, full of things to remember, and things I ought to forget, but had not forgotten yet. I walked down the familiar alley, turned past old Miss Ty's tea stall, where the smell of pandan leaves often drifts into the nose like a gentle greeting, then ambled along the gravel lane. I had no clear purpose. Sometimes, when people are tired, their feet know the way better than their heads. The house appeared behind a low row of bamboo. The window was slightly open. The light inside was not yellow, like an electric lamp, not white like moonlight, but a glow like warmth bursting from a memory. You see it, and you know it's familiar, yet you cannot remember where you met it. I stood on the porch. The wind brought the scent of damp wood, old lime, and a very faint hint of wildflowers. Come in. A voice sounded, not clearly from where, as though the house itself spoke. I pushed the door open. The hinge did not creak. The wooden floor was cool beneath my feet. Inside, the room was a long bench and a low table. On the table was an earthen teapot, deep brown, its spout still damp with condensation. No one was there. Or perhaps the absence itself was another form of presence. I sat down. No need to ask or explain. Silence spread like a still water surface. I reached out and touched the table. The wood grain was rough, but the veins ran smooth like lines someone had written, then erased. leaving the echo of a thought. In that moment, I heard a very small music, the wind circling the roof, slipping through the hem of the cloth curtain, nestling into the teapot to murmur like a stream. In here, the only thing people do, the voice came again, as though from the wooden wall, from the cross beams, from the light and arc scent on the ceiling, is listen. I nodded gently, as though someone sat across from me. My chest suddenly felt lighter. Some days, people long to speak, but there are nights when people simply wish not to speak anymore. "What do you hear?" the voice asked. "I hear." I paused, letting my ears open like a door. The teapot breathing off steam, the night sky shrinking on the roof, my own voice when it has not yet found a name. Anything else I would hear, the fatigue of today I exhaled. It is like a shirt, soaked in rain, worn too long until cold. I want to take it off. The wall said nothing, but I heard my own breath like an answer enough. I poured tea. The tea was hot, but not harsh. When it touched my tongue, the flavor was like fire passing through grass, leaving the scent of afternoon. I drank slowly, letting my throat soften, and just then, I heard footsteps on the porch. A woman stood in the doorway. Her steps were light, like someone used to walking on dew, so as not to break the sleep of grasses. Her hair was tied with a black ribbon thinly wet from the mist. Her face was not striking in a radiant way. It had the beauty of an old bowl, long used, chipped at one corner, yet whoever holds it feels the warmth in their hand. "Sorry to disturb you," she said softly. "I have come to leave a sound." I looked toward the table. Beside the teapot was a small glass bottle with a wooden cork. I had not seen it earlier. Perhaps it had always been there, but only now chose to appear when someone needed it. What sound? I asked then, suddenly remembered that here one only listens. I remained silent. She placed her hand on the glass bottle, the sound I did not want to bring home. She said, then opened the lid, lowered her voice as though speaking to a crying child. Not words I clearly caught. What I heard was the hum of an underground spring, low steady enough that thirst knows it will not die. She gently blew across the opening, replaced the cork, and set the bottle on the table. Done. I asked, do I owe something? Pay with lightning. She smiled, as though reading a sentence she already knew. But if you like, you may leave an object. A strand of hair, a leaf, or a blank piece of paper. She reached into her coat pocket, took out a small piece of white paper, wordless, and handed it to me. Write something, or do nothing. Sometimes the blank keeps more. I looked at the piece of paper. My greatest problem for so long was wanting to say everything. Perhaps it is time to leave space. I folded it in half, then again. She nodded, as though she heard the sound of a decision just set down. "Do you come here often?" I asked. "Only on nights, when I forget that I too am allowed to sleep," she said, her eyes fixed on the air where light and shadow meet. On days I work with people who do not know how to say goodbye. At night, their unspoken words stay in my ears. I come here to return them. I did not ask more. Here, stories do not need to be long. Each person leaves a sound, then carries away a new space. She placed my folded paper with the bottle into a small wooden chest next to the wall, closed the lid with a tiny wooden latch that reminded me of memory's latch, not locked, just a reminder. After she left, I sat again. The tea had cooled. The wind softened. I closed my eyes and saw myself from above, a small figure sitting in the breathing house in a small village, in a long night, in the midst of things that need no naming. This time, I heard a different sound. The footsteps of an old man. He walked in, holding a worn silver pocket watch. He placed it on the table and opened the lid. The hands were still moving, but the ticking was uneven. It stumbled now and then found its rhythm again. He said nothing, just sat there, listening to his own watch. I listened with him. We sat that way for a long time, the three of us, if you counted the house. "Do you hear it?" he suddenly asked. "I do," I replied. "It's tired." He smiled gently. "So am I." Then he closed his eyes. I carried it for a long time, thinking it kept time for me. But it turns out I was keeping time for it. When I stop, it finally gets to rest. No one spoke again. He opened his eyes, closed the lid, and slipped the watch back into his breast pocket. Then he placed a dry leaf on the table, yellow, like an old letter. "This is the real thing I am leaving behind." Behind him, a boy appeared. I did not see where he came from. Children always come out of places close to dreams. He stood at the doorway, looking at me, then at the room, as if trying to redefine the world. In his hand was a stone, smooth like a large drop of dew. He spoke very softly, almost without speaking. I came to leave the sound of a day I was afraid of the dark. "What were you afraid of?" I asked just as softly. "Because I thought there was no one in the dark. And now, what do you know? That in the dark, "There are many things that know how to sit still," he answered, placing the stone on the table. For a moment, the stone gave off a shimmer like nighttime water, then settled as if it had just finished a long breath. The room stayed the same, but suddenly there was a soft brightness in my chest. Maybe because fear under a certain kind of light is not so scary after all. It is just a sound waiting for someone to fully hear it. We sat like that until a bell from a distant temple floated in. The bell was not deep, nor did it linger long. It came and went like a small bird landing on the porch, flapping once before flying on. The old man stood up. The boy bowed. I bowed too, like bowing to something quietly complete. When only the house and I remained, the breeze lifted the cloth curtain slightly. I looked out to the backyard. There was a low bed of plants, their tiny flowers blooming only at night. Their scent rose bright like a fresh idea. I suddenly wanted to say something, not a complaint, just a simple sentence. "I am tired of trying to be right all day," I whispered to the wall. "Now, I just want to be human." In response, I heard the wood gently creak, like someone undoing a string tied around the chest. My chest expanded. My breath traveled farther, then returned as if it had memorized the way. I do not know how people sleep here, but that night I did. Right there on the long bench among the scent of old tea beneath the breathing roof, I slipped into a dreamless sleep. When I woke up, morning had not fully arrived. Dew clung to the window ledge. The house felt light, as though it had just passed through a good dream. I stood up, adjusted the pillow I had leaned on. On the table, in place of the teapot, was a spool of thread. I did not remember seeing it before. The white paper I had folded the night before had disappeared, surely placed into the wooden chest. I picked up the thread, finding it soft, like a mother's voice soothing a child. "Take it," a gentle voice said. Sometimes, when a day feels like it is about to unravel, all you need is to tie it back. "What should I tie?" I asked. "A breath," the voice replied, like laughter. I smiled too, not in any particular direction. Before leaving, I placed my hand on the wooden wall and felt a pulse moving through it, steady, soft as a pillow. I wanted to say thank you, but I knew here, thank you did not need to be spoken. I bowed instead, in place of words. On the porch, the dew was like unwritten letters. I stepped down, walked past the wild grass, through the bamboo grove, and followed the gravel path back to the village. The other houses were waking up one by one. The morning smoke had not yet risen, but the clean scent of ash had already replaced the smell of night. Inside my chest, there was a very quiet space, just enough to carry a new day without making it heavy. From that day on, I knew the path to the village edge as well as I knew the way home. I did not stop by every night. But whenever a sound echoed too long in my head and refused to fade, I would go. Some nights, the house was full of people. We sat, no one facing anyone, no one looking at anyone. Yet every sound each person brought was fully heard. Other times, it was just me, the house, and a cat sleeping on the porch. Whether crowded or quiet, the feeling never changed. There is a place in this world that accepts all sounds, even the ones that are not beautiful, not right, not proper, as long as they are placed down. Once, I saw the woman with the glass bottle again. She arrived with the same black ribbon in her hair. This time, she smiled, more her eyes, less heavy. She said, "I have learned something. It turns out I do not have to clean up other people's sounds to find peace. I just need to know what I am carrying." She touched the fabric over her chest, right where the heart rests beneath the ribs. Right here. Then she smiled softly. When you know what you are carrying, you will also know when to put it down. The old man with the watch never returned. Or maybe he came back when I was not there. One day, I found a small piece of paper on the table with 2 trembling words at rest. I figured the watch had been allowed to relax. Maybe the man had too. The boy with the stone I still saw from time to time standing at the doorway, holding little things. Only children know how to find a cicada shell, a leaf that let the sunlight through a shard of broken mirror. Each time he placed them on the table, like leaving behind a greeting. At that age, people do not have many sounds to give. But he had something else, a complete trust that somewhere in this world there is a place that knows how to hold small things. That kind of trust is a rare kind of sleep. Until one late summer evening, when the wind passed through the bamboo grove, carrying the scent of young green rice flakes, I went to the edge of the village, as usual, and found the door of the house shut tight. I stood still. There was no panic, just an emptiness, magnified. I placed my hand on the latch. It was warm, like the forehead of someone who had just woken up. Then, suddenly, from inside, I heard the breathing I had grown familiar with, slow, even as if answering, "Still here." I did not push the door. I sat down on the step, leaning against the outer wall. That night, I did not need to go inside. I knew that sometimes We only need to listen from this side. I sat until the crickets' chirps turned silver, until the sky drew itself into a sheet of smooth black velvet. Then I stood up and knocked twice, gently, on the wooden frame, like two soft knocks of gratitude. From that day on, the house stayed closed more often. Some said it had grown old. Some said it knew how to choose its timing. Some said it was sleeping. I did not look for an answer. I only knew that within me a room just like that had formed an empty room. A table, a teapot, a long bench, a small wooden chest. Whenever a sound arose, I would enter it, sit down, place the sound into an imaginary bottle, seal it, and leave. Slowly, I realized the house had taught me how to become it for myself. Sometimes, at the morning market, I hear people arguing over the price of vegetables. At the tea stall, someone complains about their spouse, their job, the changes they cannot keep up with. On the village road, I meet a young man who failed an exam. His head hung as if the sky weighed on the back of his neck. In those moments, I do not tell them about the house. I simply listen a little longer. And when the story pauses to breathe, I often ask them a question I learned there. What are you carrying? They usually hesitate, then say a simple word. Worry, fear, anger, sadness. When a feeling is called by its true name, it becomes less overwhelming. When a sound is fully heard, it becomes less demanding. That alone can change the color of a day. The seasons shift. In the fields, young rice turns from pale yellow to a deeper, wiser green. On the hillside, an old lychee tree drops a quiet shower of flowers. At the village edge, the house still breathes. I sometimes walk by place, my hand on the outer wall, and feel the pulse. Some days, I leave something real behind a fallen button. The first gray hair I ever pulled, a blank piece of paper, small things that matter only to the one who once touched them. I place them down, expecting nothing in return. And what I receive is a freedom that needs no exchange. One late night, rain passed, like someone pulling back a curtain. I woke suddenly from a sound in a dream, the sound of a door opening. I put on my coat and walked to the village edge. The house door was ajar. Inside, the light was calm, like someone smiling in their sleep. I stepped in. On the table, the teapot, the bottle, the spool of thread, everything in its place. But there was something new. A thin wooden plaque carved with small brown ink letters. Listening is not holding on. Listening is allowing to pass through. I placed my hand over the words and felt the warmth of the one who had just written them. I sat down without saying a word. That night, I left no sound behind. I simply sat for a long time, listening to the sound of enough. Then I stood up, gently closed the door, and carried with me a kind of silence so fine, so soft, it could stretch across an entire day without breaking. From then on, whenever a stranger asked for directions in the village, I often walked with them a little while. Not to show off that at the edge of the village stood a strange little house, but simply to let them slow down, hear their own footsteps on the gravel path, hear the breath going in and out, hear the sound of a gaze when it stops naming everything. At a bend, I would often stop, point to the shadow of the bamboo grove and the outline of a wooden porch blending into the night. That way, I say if you need. Many nod, some shake their heads. Both are fine. Not everyone needs such a house, and not everyone who needs it now. Once, I saw the boy with the stone again. He had grown a bit, his voice a half-tone deeper. He said, "Back then, I was afraid of the dark because I thought no one was there. Now I know wherever I am, my breath is there too." I asked, "And do you still have the stone?" He smiled and shook his head. I dropped it into the river. Stones are heavy. Rivers know how to carry heavy things away. I was happy for him in a grown-up way, smiling quietly as I turned to leave. And on another morning, when the sparrows dropped onto rooftops like bright musical notes, I saw a bouquet of wildflowers tied with a thread, just like the one I once held, resting outside the house. No message, just a clean scent like laundry drying in the sun. I suddenly thought maybe all of us, the girl with the black hair ribbon, the old man with the watch, the boy with the stone, and so many others, are quietly sending each other little bouquets like that, each adding a fine thread from the quiet place inside themselves. That evening, I sat at the table, poured tea, and told myself the story of a house that knew how to listen. I told it as if I had never told it before, as if finding a new voice for something old. When I finished, I blew out the lamp and lay down on the long bench, pulled the thin blanket up to my chest. I placed one hand on my belly, one hand below my sternum, listening to it rise and fall like a boat at anchor. In the darkness, there was nothing to hold on to. Everything passed through. Even sleep passed through. But before it did, it carried me with it. I dreamed a very simple dream. I dreamed I tapped lightly on the house's doorframe, like tapping on the surface of water. And from inside came a sound just as soft in reply. I dreamed the table was filled with glass jars, each catching a little piece of night, glimmering like fireflies, learning how to stay still. I dreamed I opened one jar. There was nothing inside, but it was a kind of nothing so full. I knew I had just heard a very big sound. When I woke up, I knew the night had taught me that listening is a verb that does not need ears. It needs a space, and that space, from now on, I would carry with me, like people carry handkerchiefs, neat, clean, ready, whenever there are tears, or sweat, or simply a sound that has nowhere else to go. I closed the door, stepped onto the porch, and wished the day a wordless blessing. As always, the house replied with a barely audible breath. Foo, foo. At the edge of the village, beneath the thin shawl of dawn, I turned away, carrying within me a peace exactly like the night before, but somehow brand new. The lesson: peace does not come from chasing away the noise. It comes from the ability to sit still and fully hear a sound, even the unpleasant ones. When a sound is completely heard, it naturally grows smaller and it leaves on its own. Give yourself a quiet room inside your heart, a place to set things down without judgment or attachment. In that place, your breath will lead the way, and sleep, just like peace, will come on its own. Story 2. The monk who forgot his own name. Morning in the monastery on the hillside arrived simply a thin ray of light touched the edge of a stair. The morning bell slowly moved through the leaves, and the mist shimmered like the sky's handwriting. That day was the same, except for one small thing that everyone remembered afterward. A monk whose face everyone knew suddenly no longer knew what his own name was. What did people call him before perhaps Huyen or Tin, or a single word like An? But on that morning, when the novice stood before the door of his room and gently knocked 3 times to invite him to the meditation hall, the novice asked out of habit, "Venerable Master, may I call you?" The question rolled toward the edge of the answer and paused because the monk, his eyes neither old nor young, simply smiled. "I do not remember." That reply was not a sigh nor a joke. It was calm and clear, like water. The novice stumbled back, then hurried off to fetch the abbot. The abbot stepped in his brown robe, draped over his shoulder, looked at the monk long as though reading a familiar book that he still wanted to reread from the beginning. "You do not remember your name?" the abbot asked. "Yes," the monk replied. "I remember everything needed to brew tea, sweep the courtyard, chant sutras, but my name, it is somewhere I cannot reach." The abbot smiled kindly. "Then today, just remain the nameless one and sweep the court." And so the story began that way. No drum, no ritual, just a person with a bamboo broom sweeping fallen leaves beside the brick threshold, as he had done thousands of mornings. But everything felt slightly different when there was no name to hang on it. The fallen leaves were no longer the sweeping of Master Huyen or Tin or An. They were just fallen leaves. The sound of the broom across the courtyard was no longer belonging to someone. It was just a sound passing through. At midday, the senior monk in the kitchen called, "Hey, you have steady hands. Help me chop ginger." The monk answered, "Yes." The senior monk stopped, was about to add a name, but did not. The knife slid through the old ginger root, revealing rings of age yellow. The scent of ginger spread like a warm sutra. At the communal meal, the monk sat among others, bowl of rice, soup, piece of pickled vegetable. But in the heart of the novice, beside him, there was unrest. The novice whispered, "Without a name, who knows who you are?" The monk chewed slowly, then placed his chopsticks down. "When you drink water, does the water ask your name?" The novice shook his head. "When the wind blows cool, does the wind remember your name?" The novice shook his head again. "Then, do you become less cool if the wind does not know your name?" The novice laughed suddenly, seeing a big matter that had become small. In the afternoon, people from the village came up to the monastery for well water and advice. A woman held a small child. Her eyes ringed with sleeplessness. "My child cries non-stop," she said. "The doctor says it's nothing. But my heart is like a cracked bowl. No matter how much I pour in it, leaks out." The monk sat listening without introducing himself, without recounting some old teaching about patience. He simply advised, "Place the child horizontally in your arms, like placing a stream of water. When it cries, do not soothe it with words. Soothe it with your breath. Walk slowly one round of the courtyard until your rhythm flows into the baby's rhythm." The woman obeyed. The child stopped crying after 1.5 rounds. She looked up at the monk, about to thank him and speak a master plus name, but found she did not need to. Maybe for the first time in months, she did not need anything to cling to other than her breath. She bowed and carried her child down the steps, her heart light, as though the cracked bowl had been stitched by an invisible thread. Night fell. The valley wind rose up, carrying the scent of damp grass. Among the tree canopy, the birds slept in a silence woven by 1,000 tiny whispers. The monk sat alone before the porch, placed a wooden bowl onto his palm. The bowl was old, its rim chipped at one corner. In the darkness, the chip stood out like a wound that had grown a new skin. A name is the mouth of the bowl. The monk thought sometimes, with one corner missing, it still holds water. Next morning, the abbot called the monk into the script room. On the table were several sheets of traditional paper, brush, and inkstone. "Write one character for me," the abbot said. "What character?" "Venerable the character I." The monk ground the ink slowly, as though re-grinding. A memory. Dipped. The brush drew a vertical stroke, then a small loop. The character emerged, faint, like a raindrop. The abbot nodded. "Beautiful." Then handed another sheet. "Now you write the character we." The monk wrote. "Now the character not." He wrote again. The 3 sheets lay side by side like 3 mirrors, reflecting into each other infinite. "What do you see?" the abbot asked. The monk looked a moment. "I see that I and we are 2 doors opening into the same room. Once inside, the room is empty." The abbot smiled. "Then go. Descend into the village. For 1 month, bring no name, wear no robe, just the straw sandals and a bowl. Live as people live. Work, eat, sleep. Listen. When you remember your name, remember. When you still forget, keep forgetting. Then return." So the monk left. The path down to the village crossed a narrow wooden bridge over a stream. The water was so clear, the stream bed looked like a painting yet to be colored. The wind on the bridge carried the scent of young fields. In the distance, the call of a crow echoed. The monk walked slowly, as though afraid to break something in the air. In the village, he asked for work at the brick kiln, a simple job mold wet. Bricks, lay them out dry. Them then fire them. Each brick was a hand rhythm, a breath rhythm, a space between 2 words. The kiln master eyed the monk the first time and asked his name. The monk smiled. "I have none yet." The master raised an eyebrow, but did not ask further. This village had seen many kinds of wanderers, itinerant traders, pot menders, folk singers. A nameless person was just another shade in a many-colored cloth. The monk lived in a small hut beside the kiln, slept on a thin mat. In the evening, he listened to the fire in the kiln, like the sea, steady deep, no audience needed. On rainy nights when the roof leaked, in one spot, a drop would fall in rhythm onto a wooden bowl placed below. The monk counted 1, 2, 3, then stopped counting, because sleep came like a small boat that needed no anchor. One day, a child came to the kiln to play. He picked up an unfired brick, rubbed his small handprint into it, then excitedly showed the monk. "Look, This is me." The monk laughed. "Yes, indeed. But tomorrow, when the brick dries and is fired, will the handprint fade? Will you disappear?" The child thought for a moment, shook his head. "I'll still be here." "But the handprint becomes the brick," the monk asked. "Then what are you?" The child answered, "I am me." He needed no more words. The monk felt his heart light up as though a spark had just been struck. Arriving at the market fair, the teacher carried a load of bricks and helped sell. People haggled. The teacher nodded with a smile, said little. An old lady bought 10 bricks, but by accident dropped one and broke it. The lady panicked, hurriedly apologized. The teacher picked up the broken piece, placed it in the palm of her hand. "Madame, you can take this back to line a pot. It works just the same." The lady looked up, her eyes moist. "Child, what is your name, so I may bless you?" The teacher hesitated. "Child, I do not yet remember." Then pushed his head. The old lady placed the fragment in her basket, murmuring, "May the one without a name sleep tonight with no bad dreams." One afternoon, a drunken man shouted in the market, slapped a stall, and unjustly insulted a young woman selling vegetables. The crowd recoiled, part fear, part waiting. The teacher stood nearby, saw the man's chest heaving, like a bird trapped in a net. He stepped forward, said no words of reason, simply placed his hand on the man's chest, leaning slightly, as though to catch a boulder about to fall. The gesture was tiny, but his hand was cool and steady. The man paused for a beat, as though listening to see whether there was someone else inside his chest, besides the rage. Then he exhaled a long breath, sat down on the edge of the stall, rubbed his eyes. I am sorry," he mumbled. The crowd dispersed like a cloud. The teacher stepped back, as though he had just placed a stone back in its proper place in the riverbed. Day after day, the teacher worked, ate, slept, listened. No name, people called him, by various ways: the one at the brick kiln, the tall brick-carrying person, the kind hand. Strange, though the teacher did not feel lacking. Each way of calling was a viewpoint, and life was a many-faced lamp. Every night, before dozing off, the teacher quietly asked, "Who am I?" when no one calls me. The question did not require an answer. The question itself was a soft bed that the night spread out for him. At the end of the month, the teacher saved enough money to buy the kiln a new rope. The boss looked at him and nodded. "The one without a name, you may stay on to work here." The teacher pressed his palms together. "I still must go back." The boss did not ask to where. He only said, "Then travel in peace." The teacher returned to the temple at dawn under heavy mist. The abbot was sweeping leaves, saw him leaned the broom against a tree, and smiled with his eyes. "You are back." The teacher bowed his head. "I am back." "And your name?" the abbot asked, though his tone was like asking whether it would rain today. The teacher was silent a moment, then shook his head. "I still do not remember." The abbot placed his hand on the teacher's shoulder. "Good." That whole day, the teacher washed dishes, stacked books, did kitchen work. At night, the temple chanted sutras. When the part came to reciting sacred names of mind, the teacher listened, felt each name was a gateway, and every gateway opened into the same expanse of silence. After the chanting, the abbot invited the teacher to the backyard, where an old eucalyptus tree stood. "Climb up, carve one character on the bark at eye level," the abbot said. "What character shall I carve? Your name." The teacher took the sharp knife, climbed roots like steps. When he reached the big trunk, he pressed his cheek to the bark, inhaled the warm resin scent. The blade touched the dry bark. He raised it, then lowered. Again he raised, then lowered. The wind passed. High above a bird shifted branches. A little while later, the teacher finished carving not a letter, but a small, straight, horizontal line. A thin line. No name. No reading. The abbot looked, laughed aloud for the first time in many months. Not bad. He pointed at the line. Someone passing will ask what that character is. The hasty will say, "That is a dash." The slow will say, "That is a path." And you know that is the place to lay your name down. That night, the teacher went to the well, drew water, poured it into a small basin. The water lay flat as a new sheet of paper. The teacher gazed into it and saw a normal face, 2 eyes, nose, mouth, no halo, no extra shadow. Who am I? The question surfaced like a leaf. The leaf drifted to the rim of the basin, touched the edge, then stopped. I am the one who is aware of that leaf, the teacher whispered. And suddenly, as though someone lightly plucked a string, an old name from long ago flashed like a little bird descending into the palm of his hand. It came, hesitated, perched. The teacher smiled, pressed palms together. Thank you for returning. Then he dropped that name into the water to see if it would float. It floated a little while, then dissolved into the silence of the night. The teacher understood whether there is a name or not. Water is still water. The next morning, the novice came to the door of the room. knocked 3 times, as usual. "Venerable teacher, what shall I call you?" the novice asked, eyes shining as though playing a guessing game. The teacher opened the door, his brown robe smelling of sun. "You just call me by the old name." "Okay, teacher." "Is the novice," exclaimed the name, his voice ringing like a small bell. "Yes?" The teacher nodded. "But when no one calls it, I am still here." In the following days, the teacher returned to ordinary life, planting vegetables, watering, teaching distant visitors a few basic things, repairing the leaky temple roof, mending the old robe. Everything as if joined by a thread. No color. At night, when the room's lights were out, the teacher often sat on the porch, listened to the sky changing skins. At times, the teacher felt someone standing beside him. He turned. No one. Only the vast, nameless openness of night. One late autumn afternoon, the woman who once carried her child to the temple returned again. This time, the child smiled and pointed at the sparrows, chattering. She placed a small bundle on the threshold. I brought some warm cakes. Then hesitated. I finally dared to ask. The other day, I wanted to thank you, but did not know what to call you. The teacher smiled. One can still thank someone, even when nothing is called. She blushed, then smiled too, as the one who had understood that gratitude really needs no label. Winter came, the frost heavy. The bell's sound dropped closer. Early morning, the teacher brewed tea, poured a cup separately, placed it on the porch as though for an unseen guest. "Please," the teacher whispered. The steam rose, mingled with the back of the sky. One day, a stray cat came, drank a few drops, then curled beside the teacup as though warming a story. Then came another day. The teacher went down to the village to visit the brick kiln, carrying a sturdy coiled rope, a small gift. The kiln boss saw him and smiled. "You have a name now, right?" The teacher nodded. "Yes." "Still, I remember you most when you had no name," he admitted. "Then you were like, anyone could be you." The teacher answered, "When anyone could be me, I needed less to be different." The two stood beside the smoldering kiln fire, silent for a moment, hearing the bricks mature by a quiet language. In the end, the story has no dramatic climax nor miracle. It has just one person, yesterday, forgetting his name today, remembering again, learning how to set his name down, like placing the carrying pack beside the grass to rest his back, and teaching others by his very way of walking, breathing, smiling, listening. At the temple, People seldom mention that strange morning, not because of fear, but because that matter has become part of the robe. Touch it, and you know no need to show it off. And occasionally, when a guest asks, "What is meditation?" the teacher just invites them to drink a cup of tea. What name is the tea, they ask? Tea, the teacher answers, then smiles. They take a sip and abruptly feel the warmth streaming from their tongue down to their chest, then spreading into their belly. They do not ask anymore. The lesson: names are useful for communication, but they are not the source of who we are. When we begin to loosen our grip on names, our roles, our labels, our expectations, we return to direct experience, the breath, the footsteps, the bowl of rice, the sound of the wind. From there, the heart feels lighter. Our reactions become less hurried. Our presence deepens, and sleep comes more naturally. Each night before going to sleep, try setting the name down for 1 minute until only the one who is breathing remains. In that place, peace does not need to be called. It simply arrives. Story 3: The River That Knew How to Sleep. At first, the river did not know how to rest. It flowed endlessly from the mist-covered hills down to the plains, passing through hundreds of fields and villages, like a messenger who never runs out of stories. On moonlit nights, the water shimmered like fish scales, and the moon's tail falling into the waves was torn into 1,000 fragments. People living along its banks would say, "This river never sleeps. It keeps telling stories." But then came a year when the water receded slowly. The dry season dragged on. At the bottom, rocks began to surface like memories laid bare. And that same year, a young man named Lak came to live by the river. Lak was unlike the locals. He came from a faraway mountain region where streams were narrow and the water was cold. He built a small hut of bamboo with a palm leaf roof right near a bend in the old river. Villagers asked, "What do you do for a living?" He said, "I listen to water." They laughed, thinking he was joking, but every day they saw him sitting motionless by the bank, eyes open, staring at the surface as if reading an invisible book. On the 10th day, an old woman carrying water stopped and asked, "So listening to water, do you hear anything?" Lak said, "The water has a lot to say, but people keep interrupting, so it's hard to hear. You have to wait until it gets tired. Then it begins to speak the truth." The old woman laughed. "And when does the river get tired?" "When people stop demanding it to flow fast." From then on, the villagers called him the one who listens to the river. Time passed. The dry season grew thirstier. Grass along the banks turned yellow. Some parts of the river were reduced to just a moist trace, like a shallow vein in the earth. Lack still sat there, his eyes following the fleeting glimmers on the surface, ears tuned to the softest sounds, like a breath. One day, a little boy who herded buffaloes came running up. "Mr. the river is dead." No Lack answered. "It is only sleeping." "How can it sleep if the bottom is dry?" "Sleep is when it retreats into the earth to dream." The boy scratched his head, not understanding, but that night he told his mother, and soon the whole village knew. The one who listens to the river says it is dreaming. From that day on, no one said the river is dead. They said the river is dreaming. Words changed, and with them, hearts softened. By the second month, the mist grew thick. At night, the sounds of insects filled the silence left by waves. Lack woke early, boiled a small kettle of water, then walked along the dry riverbed. At the bend, he found a strange stone, smooth as a mirror, with fine ripples carved into it, like a hand had once rested there, and then disappeared. He sat down, placed his hand exactly on that spot. The stone was cold, but after a moment, it began to warm. And when the warmth had lasted long enough, he heard a very faint sound drawn out and distant, as if rising from the bones of the earth. "I have never forgotten how to flow. I have only lain still so that humans may finally listen." Lack opened his eyes. No one around, but the voice was not imagined. He knew it was the river speaking for the first time in the language of silence. That night, he wrote in his journal, "The river sleeps by pulling itself inward like the heart between beats. Silence is also a form of motion." When the first rains returned, the water slowly filled the dry bed. Villagers cheered, set little boats afloat to play. They noticed the water was gentler than in past years. The banks did not erode. The waves did not strike the levee with force. The old woman said, "The river has woken, but it is calmer." Lack sat by the bank, watching the ripples meet like greetings. A stranger walked by and asked, "What are you doing here?" "I am watching the sleep of water," Lack replied. The man laughed. "Sleep needs watching. When people stay awake too long, the river gets tired too. If no one reminds it to stop, it will keep flowing until it runs dry." The man said nothing. He brought that sentence home and told his wife. And that night, for the first time in years, they turned off the lights early, said nothing, and simply listened to the wind passing over the roof. In the following season, Lak began a curious ritual. Every afternoon, he planted a small bamboo stick on the riverbank, tied a strip of white cloth to it, just long enough to brush the surface of the water. Anyone passing by could see the white strips fluttering along the bank like a flock of sleeping birds. Someone asked, "What are you doing?" To remind the river that silence, too, is part of flowing. Whenever the wind rose, the strips would quiver, whispering faint sounds. No one could make out the words, only feel their hearts grow lighter. One night, rain poured. The wind howled. The villagers feared the levee would break. They rushed to stack sandbags. Lak also went to the riverbank. The river had risen, crashing into the bamboo grove, sweeping away the white cloth strips. He stood in the water, listened to the roar, neither frightened nor frantic. He closed his eyes, placed his hand into the water, and whispered, "Sleep." And strangely enough, right after that, though the water kept rising, it softened. The waves shifted direction, flowing gently into the dry fields instead of striking the village. The next morning, the sky was clear. The villagers came out to see and found every white strip had returned to the bank clean, as if never wet. They decided to name that place the river's sleep bend. Years passed. Lak grew old. His hair turned white, but his eyes were still as clear as early water. The children who grew up called him Grandpa River. One asked, "Were you a wizard or something?" You could talk to the river. He laughed. The river's always talking. We're just louder than it, so how can we hear it? Sit longer than a single wave. The boy tried. After a minute, he got bored. The old man patted his head. "Wait until you grow a little more. The waves will slow down." The last time anyone saw him was an overcast July afternoon. The water shimmered. He rowed a small boat out to the bend where the old stone once lay. The wind blew. Light rain tapped down. The boat floated like a leaf. The next day, the villagers found the boat drifting back to shore, empty, with a white cloth draped across its side. They searched for days, but never found him. The old woman, now frail, said, "He's done listening to the river's dreams. Now he's inside them." Since then, every night, those standing near the bend hear a strange sound. Not quite water, not quite wind. As if someone were breathing steadily, deeply. The villagers call it the river's sleep. Each year, on the day the river changes color, they hold a small ceremony. No drums, no incense, just a bundle of white flowers and a strip of cloth tied to a tree. A child reads aloud the words carved into the stone where he once sat. Silence is not the end. It is the way to return deeper. Then the entire village falls silent for exactly 1 minute. The insects hush. The wind halts. Only the breath of the river remains light as a thank you. Those who moved far away say that whenever they are tired, all they need is to imagine sitting by that river bend and they can fall asleep. No lullabies, no chants. They say that river still flows in our sleep. The lesson. We often believe that only by doing, speaking, or constantly moving are we truly alive. But like the river, if we never learn to rest, we will slowly run ourselves dry. Silence, pause, and letting go are not stopping. They are natural parts of flowing. When we allow ourselves to sleep at the right time, both mind and body are restored. Tonight, let your breath be like the river, drawing inward, settling down, and resting in peace. Story 4. The Watchmaker of Quiet Time. At the end of a cobbled street, running alongside an old river, there was a narrow little shop with a hand-carved wooden sign, the Slow Clock House. By day, its door stayed mostly closed, letting in just a sliver of light. By night, the warm yellow lamp inside did not fully go out. It breathed slowly, like the chest of someone in deep sleep. Locals called the owner too. No one remembered his last name, only that his hands could calm frantic clock hands, could coax a panicked tick-tock into resting like a bird that had stopped fearing. The Slow Clock House had a peculiar scent. Not the sharp smell of machine oil or dry metal, but of soaked wood that had long soaked in sunlight, of black tea steeped in morning dew, and of the dust of time brushed gently every night. On the walls, hundreds of clock faces hung in no particular order, some as large as serving trays, some tiny as coins. Some were old with 4-beat chimes, others were new with 2 slender hands and a barely audible sigh. Yet somehow, standing among them, one never felt overwhelmed. It was as if they had all agreed on a shared rhythm, the rhythm of stillness. Tu had a habit of beginning his day by turning off one clock. Each morning, he chose a different one, sometimes a perfectly punctual clock that had not lost a second in years, sometimes a new one, still smelling of cardboard. He would open the back, gently release the catch, and let the hands stop wherever they may. Then he would set it on a shelf, pour himself some tea, and sit across from it. He called it letting time sit and play. Visitors would ask, "Why turn it off?" two would smile. Because everything needs to know how to sit. If you never learn to sit, even standing wears you out. One early autumn afternoon, a young woman came in carrying a yellow cat. On her wrist was a round-faced watch with a cracked leather strap. The minute hand twitched like someone gasping for breath. "Can you help me?" she asked. Lately, it runs faster during the day, then slows at night. I've tried adjusting it, but nothing works. Tu took the watch in his palm as gently as if it were a baby bird. He did not rush to open it, just pressed it softly to his ear. It is not broken. It is just keeping a different rhythm than you. A different rhythm. When you work, your heart races. When you worry, your breath shortens. In those moments, you glance at your watch, and it mistakes your pulse for its own. It tries to keep up, afraid to leave you behind. At night, when you are tired, your heart slows, and so does it. The girl stared in wonder. "You mean..." "The watch listens to me. Anything that stays close to you long enough will learn your rhythm." He opened the back, dusted the escapement wheel, added a drop of warm oil, then gently nudged the balance spring with tweezers. But do not blame it. It cares about you. From now on, each night, before you take it off, place it on your table. Take 3 deep breaths. Then tell it, "Today I have done enough." The girl laughed, part shy, part relieved. As she reached the door, she turned and asked, "If one day I stop running, will it stop too?" "It will sit with you until you are ready to stand again." An elderly man came in, carrying a tall grandfather clock, nearly reaching his shoulder. He walked slowly, but with purpose, as if each step carried the weight of an old house. He explained, "This belonged to my wife. She passed 5 years ago. Since then, it has still chimed 4 beats every hour, just like before. But this past week, it skipped a beat every time, right at the same spot. I'm scared." Tu did not check the mechanism right away. He asked gently, "Have you been skipping lunch these days?" "Well, maybe. And not watering the plants on your porch. I've been busy visiting my new grandchild. That child has changed the rhythm of your house." The clock heard it. It skipped a beat to make space for a new breath. The old man fell silent. His eyes filled, then sparkled. "So, I cannot fix it." "You can. But maybe we just need to call it something else. Do not call it a skipped beat. Call it a waiting beat. Tu marked the balance point with a pencil, made a tiny adjustment, then turned to the old man. When you hear it, pause. That beat, take one slow breath and think of her name. That is enough. The old man carried the clock home, smiling, as if he had just received a prescription made entirely of words. In one corner of the shop stood a clock with no numbers, only two white hands on a white face. No one could tell the time by it. Tu called it the silent clock. Someone once asked, "Why hang such a useless thing?" It is the teacher of all the others. It reminds me that we do not always need to know what time it is to live fully. A child once came in and playfully turned the hands of the silent clock. He asked, "Where should I place the hands to make it right?" Tu replied, "Where you can hear." Where is that inside your belly? Right where your breath rises and falls. The child placed a hand on his belly, closed his eyes, then slowly turned the hands to a very gentle angle. He opened his eyes and said with certainty, "This is right." Tu nodded, not smiling, as if he had just witnessed a reunion between two old friends. One day, a young man in a wrinkled white shirt burst in just as the shop was about to close. His face was as gray as ash at dusk. "Please help me. Every day feels like it slips away. I work from morning till night. So much to do, like water pouring down. But by evening, I cannot even remember what I did. My watch must be broken." He held up a brand new smartwatch, its screen glowing brightly. Tu asked him to take it off and lay it on a soft cloth. Then he pulled out his grandfather's old silver pocket watch from a drawer and placed it beside the other. One counts heartbeats, steps, sleep cycles, notifications. The other only knows how to tick. Which would you use to measure an afternoon with your mother? The young man paused. To measure an afternoon with Mom. Neither can do that. Exactly. That is why we need another kind of clock. Your eyes, your ears, your hands, your nose, and your chest. Tu poured tea and slid a cup toward him. Try sitting for 5 minutes. No phone. Just listen. What time is it inside you? The young man gave a nervous chuckle, but followed instructions. For the first 3 minutes, his fingers twitched like ants crawling. By the 4th, his shoulders dropped. In the 5th minute, his eyes softened, as if someone had just lifted a rock from his chest. What time is it now? Tu asked. I think it's time to go home. Yes. Fixing a watch is not as important as fixing the path home. He stood boozed slightly, eyes moist, but brighter. As he opened the door The little bell above gave a perfect single chime, like the period at the end of a sentence. At night, two often stayed alone. He would walk the narrow path between the forest of clocks, gently lift each glass face to check for dust, listening closely to see if any hands were trembling. On some nights, he would turn almost all of them off. The room dimmed, leaving only a few soft lights glowing like fireflies who had lost their swarm. He sat on a low wooden stool, hands resting on his knees, breathing slowly. That was when time settled. Not because it was forced to stop, but because it chose to sit beside him. He remembered his childhood, the house near the train station, his father, a ticket checker, his mother selling sticky rice with gack fruit. Each morning, the kitchen clock ran a bit fast so his father could make his shift. Each night, the attic clock ran a bit slow, so his mother had time to cook one more pot of sweet soup. By age 10, two realized none of the clocks at home were accurate, at least not with each other. Yet the house was warm. When his father passed, the kitchen clock stopped at the exact moment the rice finished steaming. His mother never fixed it. She said, "Let it remember." Back then, two protested. "If it's not the right time, how can we live?" She just smiled. The right time is the right heart. The rest is just numbers. That sentence stayed with Tu ever since becoming the silent law behind how he treated clocks. His shop was never a place to fix time. It was a place to help people find harmony. One rainy season, the river outside rose nearly to the doorstep. The sound of falling rain became a thick curtain. Two raised boxes and shelves, lifting the cabinet legs. Just then, a village teacher rushed in breathless, carrying a classroom clock shaped like a cat. Its eyes were clock hands, blinking with each tick. "Please help. The children are scared of the storm." They watch this clock to stay calm. But water got inside. Tu opened the back, drained the water, dried it with a cotton cloth, and warmed it near a bulb. He listened carefully. Its gears still trembled. He brought over the silent clock, placed it beside the cat clock, then pulled a fine thread from a drawer. He tied one end to the clock's adjuster and the other to the teacher's wrist. Sit. Breathe. When your breath is slow and even, pull gently. If it speeds up, push it back. Just 10 minutes. She followed, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Outside, the rain remained thick. 10 minutes later, the cat clock began to move smoothly again, like a wild animal that had stopped being afraid. Its blinking hands returned. The teacher cried out, "It's alive again." It learned your rhythm. Next time, teach the children a game before class. The whole room breathes 4 slow breaths, smiles at the clock. Just that. And even the rain will quiet down. She ran off, hugging the clock, leaving behind a piece of peanut candy wrapped in wax paper. 2 did not eat it right away. He placed it on the shelf beside an old pendulum clock. Both were sweet in their own way. Later that year, people whispered that 2 had fallen ill. The shop remained open, but he moved slower. On some days, he hung a sign, "Today the shop is sitting." Strangers thought it meant closed. Locals knew it meant he had turned off more clocks than usual to listen to his own heart. One evening, he called in his apprentices, 3 young men who had once trained under him. He laid on the table a wall clock with no hands, a box of shiny new hands, a teapot, and 4 cups. You have learned how to fix broken hands, replace snapped springs, polish cloudy glass. Today, I will teach you the hardest part, how to know where to stop. He placed the blank clock face at the center. If there were no numbers, where would you place the hands so that it looks right? One said, "Right in the center, divide the space equally." Another, a little off-center for charm. The third said, "I would leave it blank." 2 nodded thoughtfully and poured the tea. Each of you must learn from the others. The one who divides evenly understands fairness. The one who shifts slightly understands grace. The one who leaves it empty understands how to make room for life. To be a clockmaker is in truth to master the art of waiting. They sat until late, listening to the sound of rain drawing away from the roof. As they parted, 2 handed each of them a pocket watch without hands. Keep this. Do not rush to add hands. When life teaches you a rhythm worth remembering, place one hand there, just one. Leave the other spot empty. Spring returned. A pot of daffodils was placed in the shop, its buds plump and round, like the word waiting. Passers-by noticed the wooden sign had a new handwritten line. The most beautiful time is the time you are in. Some smiled, some shook their heads, some stood in front of it for a long time. The young woman with the cracked strap watch came back, this time holding a bunch of wild flowers. Every night now I tell it, today I have done enough. I also sleep earlier. Has it said anything back to you? It stays quiet, but I understand. The old man with the grandfather clock returned as well, sharing that the waiting beat each evening helped him remember his wife without the pain it used to bring. I've realized the dead do not leave the house. They just move to another room. Yes, and the clock learns to wait outside the door. The young man came back too proudly, saying he looked at screens less in the evening and had learned to sit 5 minutes with a cup of tea, 10 minutes with his mother. My watch is running better now. It has always been the same. You are the one running right. The teacher returned with her whole class, each child holding a handmade paper clock drawn with crayon, everyone showing a smiling cat face. They stood at the doorway and shouted in unison, "We came to give you an hour of smiling." Suddenly, the shop was filled with sunlight, even though the sky outside was cloudy. 2 grew old, but never wilted. One morning, he hung the silent clock, the only one of its kind, right at the front door. People were surprised. For the first time, there was no bell above the frame, just 2 white hands on a white face. Some complained, "How are we supposed to know what time it is to come in?" If you really need the time, ask your heart. And if you need your watch fixed, knock. That noon, 2 turned off every clock in the shop and sat in his low wooden chair, listening for a very faint sound. He placed a hand on his chest and smiled. After many years of fixing the rhythms outside, he had finally learned how to listen to the rhythm within. Then he stood, turned one clock back on, then a second, then a third. Ticking sounds gradually returned, like summer rain coming back to the rooftop. And yet, anyone standing in the middle of the shop still felt a sense of calm, because in the forest of sound, there was an unseen space between ticks, a silent waiting he had taught each clock to honor. At the end of the day, he scribbled a line at the edge of his notebook. Time is not something to chase. Time is something to sit with. He tucked a dried leaf between the pages, blew out the lamp, and closed the door. A slender strand of light still slipped through the gap, just enough for the yellow cat to lie on the threshold and dream a dream as long as a whole night. The lesson: we do not master time by squeezing in more tasks or tightening our schedules. We find harmony with time by practicing the pause, the space between 2 tasks, 2 breaths, 2 chimes of a clock. Each night before sleep, turn off a clock inside yourself. Place a hand on your chest. Take 3 slow breaths and whisper, "Today I have done enough." When the inner rhythm softens, the outer rhythm gently follows, and sleep will come like a clock hand falling gently into its perfect place. Story 5: The Woman Who Sewed the Light in Blue. Harbor a coastal town in Maine. Winter arrives with the scent of salt, and the fog horns call from the lighthouse. The white-painted houses perch on the grassy slope like stranded boats. At night, the warm yellow light stands behind the window panes like little flames holding on to human breath. On the town's main street, between Mr. Whitman's old bookstore and the Lighthouse Diner, there is a little shop with a hand-painted wooden sign, Harbor Quilts, sewn by Mara Ellis. Mara wasn't famous in the sense of newspapers. She was famous in the sense known to the sleepless, the widowed, the children who had nightmares, and the people just emerging from the storms of life. People said Mara sews quilts, but what she really sews is light. Her shop was small. In the cold season, you would open the door and hear the little bronze bell and smell cinnamon, wool-dried pine wood. On the wall, fabric patches formed quilts that told stories. A white lighthouse, Port Pemaquid, standing in the blue sea. A row of red maples in October. A fine dusting of snow, like powdered sugar on the rooftops. In the corner of the window, a large glass jar sat full of colorful fabric scraps, and beside it, a paper read, "Not trash." These are unused pieces of light. Mara had slender hands, short-cut nails, her knuckles a little pronounced from many years holding a needle. She had chestnut hair streaked with silver, usually tied up with a ribbon. People said she once lived in Boston, once worked in design, once met a life-changing incident. Her husband, named Cal, lost at sea in a fishing boat, or her daughter left home, or a serious illness nearly took her voice. No one knew for sure. Blue Harbor believed in something quieter. Each person carried a story, and if they came to Mara, the part of their story that touched darkness could be stitched back together with light. Every morning, Mara brewed a pot of chamomile tea, placed it beside the antique Singer sewing machine. She always began her day by silently watching the ocean through the window for 5 minutes. To see how the sea breathes today, she would say. When the north wind blew strongly, she sewed slowly. When the fog hung heavy, she used a thread that was brighter. When the sky was so clear, you could almost hear the murmur of shells under the sand. She used light blue and cream fabric patches, stitching them into gentle waves. That day, a tall man in a heavy, snow-dusted coat pushed open the door and stepped in. His name was Jonah Reed, a firefighter from Blue Harbor. His beard was full, his gray eyes still like the breakwater stones. He hesitated a moment, like one stepping into a church, not knowing how to pray. "I heard that here you can order a quilt to sleep under," he said, his voice hoarse from cold wind and sleepless nights. Mara looked at him, did not hurry to ask. She invited him to sit and poured tea. It has been a long time since I slept well. 3 months. Some nights I sleep 1 hour. Some nights I do not even doze. Inside my head. He paused, searching for words. It is like a horn that never shuts off. You are carrying the voice of fire, Mara said softly. The fire has gone, but its voice remains. Jonah was not surprised by her phrase. The sleepless understand very fast when it is the right name for what they are carrying. I want to order a quilt, he said. It does not need to be beautiful. I just need to silence that sound. Mara stood, walked to the wooden cupboard where she kept special rolls of fabric. She pulled out a roll of mist gray fabric, touching it as if brushing a fevered brow. When I sew light for the sleepless, I ask 3 things. What sound? What breath? And what light? The sound is... Jonah inhaled the fire engine horn and the crash of glass. The breath is the smell of smoke, but deeper, it is the scent of my father's coat. He was a firefighter too. And the light. He looked up for the first time, his gray eyes, less like stone, the orange glow at the edge of my helmet before I wiped the visor. Mara nodded. She spread the gray fabric on the table. I will sew a border in pale orange, just a thin strip, like the orange light you described. In the center are large blocks in a gentle gray like mist, with now and then a block of deep sea blue like the ocean when the wind is still. Underneath, I will pad it with a thin layer of batting, not heavy. But before I begin sewing, you must help me with one thing. What is it? Write down the name of someone you want to sleep in peace. It could be yourself at 10 years old. It could be your father. It could be who you are right now. Write it small on the lining fabric, right where the heart would be. No one will see it except the person sleeping under the quilt. Jonah was silent for a moment. Then he picked up the pen and wrote the word Dad in tiny letters. His large hand suddenly clumsy, like a child holding a pen for the first time. Done. He handed the pen back. How long until... I will call you when the quilt is ready. Mara smiled, but you know the hardest part is not in the stitching. It is in your decision to sleep. Decision to sleep. Many people say, I cannot sleep. But deep down, they are standing guard. Let someone else stand guard for you. Do you trust anyone? Jonah said nothing. In Blue Harbor, there were a few things people could trust: the lighthouse, the anchor ropes, and the person standing beside them during a rescue shift. but to believe that when you let go, someone else will guard your sleep. That was a different kind of lesson. "I will try," he said. That same day, a little girl about 7 years old came in with her mother. Curly hair, a blue coat shoes, with pink paint stains. Her name was Lucy. "She's been having nightmares," Lucy's mother said. "She's afraid of a black whale in the sky." A whale in the sky. Mara tilted her head, smiling. "That sounds beautiful." "It presses down," Lucy whispered. "It is heavy." "Do you want to tell your story with needle and thread?" Mara knelt down to Lucy's eye level. "Here we have a little magic. We name the fear, and then we sew it a little tail so it knows how to swim away." Lucy's eyes grew wide. "What color do you choose?" "Midnight blue," the girl said, serious. "And one white dot for the eye." "All right." Mara stood up. "We will make a night whale. Quilt. It will swim along the edge of the bed, not press down on anyone. In one corner of the quilt, I will sew a tiny star with silver thread. Every night before sleeping, Lucy will touch the star and say, 'Swim away.' Can you do that?" Lucy nodded very hard. That night, after the shop lights were turned off, Mara stayed behind, spreading fabric pieces across the table. She touched each one gently, as if touching the stories that would travel through someone's sleep. She cut a narrow orange strip as thin as the last ray of sunlight. She arranged soft gray squares like fog on a window pane. She sewed a long whale along the edge of the quilt, its eye a tiny white bead, its tail pointing toward the foot of the bed to remind that all heaviness has permission to leave. As the needle passed through the cloth, Mara thought of Cal, the man who once taught her how to tie anchor knots, who used to tuck small notes into her coat pocket before each sea trip. "You go to sleep first." After the day, the boat never came back. Mara slept like a watchtower keeper, eyes half open through many seasons. She learned sewing to keep her hands busy. Until one night, she realized as the needle moved through the fabric, her breath moved with it, up and down. And in that rhythm was a kind of soft, honest light. The light of things that continued when everything else had stopped. She began sewing light first for herself, then for others. Light that is sewn is not meant to shine bright, she once wrote in a little notebook. It is meant to give people a place to rest their head and believe that the darkness knows how to keep quiet. A week later, Jonah returned. His face was less tight, his beard a little neater. Mara handed him the quilt, folded carefully in a coarse linen bag. He touched it, and his brow relaxed. Tonight, Mara instructed, you lay the quilt out, turn off the light, lie on your side like you're listening to the ocean. When the horn sounds in your head, touch the orange border. That is the signal. It is time for the fire to sleep. Jonah smiled, slow and gentle. And if the sound keeps going, then you breathe a full round of Blue Harbor. Breathe in for 4 counts, like the waves arriving. Hold 1 count, like the water touching shore. Breathe out for 6 counts, like the waves receding. Pause for 1 count, like the sand left bare. Repeat 3 times. No need to try too hard. That night, Jonah followed the steps. Outside the window of his small apartment, the dock gently trembled in the wind. A distant ship horn wrote a line into the night and lifted it again. He lay on his side, touched the orange border. It was time for the fire to sleep. He whispered that sentence, and for the first time, it sounded like instructions from his own body. When the horn in his mind tried to return, he counted Blue Harbor. By the 3rd round, he no longer remembered what he was counting. The next morning, he woke up because of the light through the curtain, not panic. He sat up, and it took him a moment to realize he had slept through the night. Jonah brought a bouquet of white wax flowers to the shop. "Thank you," he said. "I have not slept like that in months. Not me." Mara shook her head. "You were the one who agreed to sleep. I only sewed a map." Lucy also came back. She ran in grinning eyes, bright, speaking all in one breath. "Miss, I touched the star. I said, 'Swim away.'" The whale swam to the end of the bed. Then it swam out the window. "It went to your house." Mara laughed. "And did you sleep?" "I slept like a cat." "Good. Then you owe me a star." Mara opened the silver thread box and stitched another tiny star into the corner of a harbor quilt's blanket, the way someone pins down a memory. Rumors spread over coffee tables at the Lighthouse Diner. Mara's quilts help people sleep. Not magic, not medicine. Just something she has. A doctor in York heard the story and called Mara. "I have several cancer patients going through chemotherapy who struggle with sleep. Could you?" "Let them choose a scent," Mara said. "A smell that reminds them they are still human. The scent of cinnamon, cookies, freshly cut grass, or a Christmas sweater. I will soak the thin batting layer in that scent, let it dry, and use it for the lining. Not strong, just enough for the body to recognize, I'm home. And please remind them, being allowed to sleep is part of healing." The doctor was quiet, then said, "I thought I was calling to request a blanket. Turns out, I was asking for a sentence. The blanket will come later." Mara smiled. One snowy afternoon, an elderly woman walked into the shop. Everyone in Blue Harbor knew her Myra Kaplan, owner of Sweet Harbor Bakery. Myra made the best apple pie in town, and she was also the one who baked birthday cakes for children whose parents were still stuck offshore. She placed a red-tied paper box on the table. "For you," Myra said. "Apple pie." And this, she placed a handkerchief, was my mother's. The letter M is embroidered in the corner. I want you to use it for a quilt. Not for me. For someone who will come here but doesn't yet know they need it. Thank you. Mara received it. I will keep the M where that person's heart would be. Myra looked around the shop, like someone inspecting a familiar kitchen. I no longer wonder how you sew light. I think the light is right there in your hands, in the way you listen. Mara said nothing. When praised like that, she did not answer. She just poured more tea. In spring, Blue Harbor held a market by the seawall. Mara's quilts hung on lines like square sails, no two alike, but each had one small repeating detail, a hidden thread zone in the lower right corner. People asked what it was, and Mara would say, "That is the escape hatch. When sleep is heavy with the weight of the day, you open that knot with your imagination. Everything heavy will go out." One night, the sea rose in waves. The storm was not big, but the wind was enough to shake small boats. Jonah was on shift. He thought of his quilt of the escape hatch at home before collapsing onto bed. He opened the hatch in his mind, letting go of the faces he had carried out still alive, but heavy in memory, like wet statues. He whispered, "Go out now. I will see you again in daylight." Then he slept, asleep deep as the harbor floor. On another night, Myra laid her quilt over herself, touched the corner with the letter M. She thought of her mother, the smell of flour vanilla wool, and her heart did not ache the way it used to. One summer evening, Lucy gently touched her silver star and smiled because she could hear the whale's tail splash far, far offshore. As for Mara, she rarely kept a quilt just for herself. She had one thin old one Cal used to wrap it around himself after coming back from the sea. Now it was faded, like a pale cloud. On restless nights, she would lay it out, place the escape hatch over her heart, and whisper, "You sleep first." That voice, if you asked whose it was, she would smile, the voice of light, when it lulls someone to rest. One early autumn day, A young man from Boston stopped by. He introduced himself as a journalist. He wanted to write about the story of healing through quilts. "I only sew," Mara said. "The word healing is too big, but people can sleep. They sleep because finally they allow themselves to be held. The quilt is just an excuse for arms to become visible." The journalist fell silent. He looked at the quilts as if they were folded letters. He asked, "So what is your secret?" "There is no secret." Mara winked. "Just 3 questions. What sound? What breath? What light? And one final question. Who is the one allowed to sleep here? Once that person is called by their true name, the darkness knows where to go." The article was never published. The reporter said the editor wanted something with more of a punchy headline. Blue Harbor was not disappointed. The town preferred things that did not need to shout. In October, the town hosted the Night of Lights. Each house hung a small string of lights along the porch. At Harbor Quilts, Mara hung a string of soft, yellow lights around the window frame and placed a midnight-colored quilt on display. On the quilt, tiny silver stars sparkled like salt. People passing by would pause, look in, and feel just a little soothed, not because they believed in magic, but because they believed that someone was sitting at a sewing machine, stitching each thread, as steady as breath, for a night's sleep they had not yet given themselves. That same night, Jonah left a small box outside the shop. An old firefighter's helmet cleaned its orange rim faded. Inside was a note. For whoever needs to know when it is time to let the fire sleep. Lucy brought a cardboard whale she had cut herself, glitter glued on its tail. Myra sent a bag of hot apple pie. These gifts were not for sale. They were thank yous from the returned hours of sleep. Mara opened the door, saw the offerings, and smiled. She touched each item as if finishing the last stitch. She did not keep them for herself. She hung the helmet, placed the whale on the window ledge, and left the pie on the take, one leave, one sharing table. She understood light is not stitched to be stored away. It is stitched to be remembered, a gesture of the heart, a reminder that night is the time when the body is allowed to soften, the mind is allowed to lay down, and the past is allowed to rest. Close to midnight, as the small street quieted, Mara gradually turned off the lights. The yellow string lights outside the window still breathed softly. She pulled up her own thin quilt, sat in the chair by the window, and listened to the sea. In the distance, the lighthouse cast its slow sweep of light. Inside, Lucy's midnight quilt shimmered back a faint silver. Outside, the night stood like a patient watchman. Sleep now, Mara whispered, It was not clear to whom. Maybe to herself, maybe to Blue Harbor, maybe to those who would one day come to her door with a sound they had not yet named. She closed her eyes. One hand rested over her chest. Her breathing grew longer, and in the soft metallic chime of the string lights brushing against each other, there was something round and tender, like a musical note. A note that said today's story had been stitched closed. Lesson to take away. Sleep is not a battle to win against the dark. It is the decision to let the dark keep quiet for us just for a while. Call by name the things you are carrying. What sound is stuck in your head? What scent brings you home? What light makes your heart soften? Before sleeping, give yourself an escape hatch. Place your hand over your chest. Breathe a full round of waves. Come waves, go and whisper, I am allowed to sleep. Once you give permission, the gentle, not brilliant light will stitch up the torn edges of your day, and peace will arrive like a warm quilt. Story 6. The Lamp Beneath the Lake. The small town called Marigold Bay lies beside a wide lake in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. The locals call that lake the mirror of the sky because on wind-still nights, the surface is so flat that anyone can see the Milky Way falling like ribbons. In summer, this place smells of pine and freshly baked apple pie, and winter passes by the soft sound of ice forming along the rocky shore. Visitors often stop at the diner. Marigold Diner, run by Mrs. Ida, have a cup of hot chocolate, then follow the wooden trail out to the boat dock to photograph the sunset. But the people who have lived in the town a long time don't only tell sunset stories. They tell of a lamp lying under the lake's surface. No one knows who placed it there, and no one knows how it is lit, because no fuel is visible, no power cable, no visible connection. Strangest of all, the lamp does not show up on every night. It appears only when someone truly needs light, in a way that one cannot call by any name other than the word need. Eleanor Hart was the first to tell me that story, with a voice both believing and hesitant. She teaches music to students at Marigold High School. Her home is on Birch Road, 3 blocks from the dock, with a porch that holds a ceramic wind chime, which makes tiny sounds like water playing at the tongue tip. In the evening, after teaching, she walks out to the lake, brings a notebook and a pencil, worn down, sits in the wooden chair at the end of the dock, and writes the melodies she hears in the silence. Eleanor once enjoyed a youthful time filled with stages in Chicago, lights, applause, long tours. When her father fell ill, she returned to Marigold Bay to care for him. Her father died 2 autumns later. Her mother had left many years before. When the grief settled, she thought she would compose the most mature pieces of her life. But ultimately, the melodies kept ending abruptly, like a lamp meeting water. At night, she lay in the quiet house, but her chest still felt heavy, as though weighted by stone. She listened to the ticking of the wall clock, but the tick did not lead her into sleep. It pushed her away from sleep, like a boat being pulled by the receding water. One early autumn night, the sky was unusually clear. On the lake, the water was a slice of silk stretched tight. Eleanor sat in the chair at the end of the dock, her hands resting on the notebook, the pencil still like a dead twig. She heard her hair brushing against her sweater, heard tiny sounds so quiet that only someone who had sat long could hear. She closed her eyes, told herself she just needed one melody, a phrase of 2 measures, just enough for this night to breathe. When she opened her eyes, the lamp appeared. It lay beneath the surface of the water, at a depth about the length of her arm, round and small, like an orange, radiating a warm yellow light, as thick as honey. The water did not blur the light. Quite the opposite, the light made the water clearer, like someone opening a window slightly to freshen the air. Eleanor stood up quickly. She stepped back 1 pace, then forward 1 pace, afraid her movement might dissolve the lamp. But it stayed there, as though it had been there even before she arrived. The light did not call her, nor did it hide. It stood there in a way that did not demand. She sat down again. Her fingers folded loosely on her knee, then unfolded, refolded, then stopped. On the water's face, the image of her and the lamp overlapped, and in that moment, she understood that some things need not be held tightly. As she exhaled, she heard in her mind a simple chain of 4 repeating notes, like a heart learning its rhythm again. She wrote them down softly and slowly. The lamp did not grow brighter, nor did it fade. It simply remained close enough so her heart felt less distant. For several days, Eleanor did not tell anyone. She was afraid that if she spoke of it, the lamp would become a story people fought to touch, and then it would go silent. But Marigold Bay is a small town. Subtle things spread like the scent of fresh baked pie. Mrs. Ida at the diner heard the story from a kayak paddler one night. That man said he once saw the yellow light beneath the water when he took his wife for a walk after a post-divorce slump. The library manager said he had seen the light when he brought home his father's old box of letters, including some he had never dared open. A summer student said he saw it while sitting on a rock holding a scholarship acceptance letter thinking his life was over. Why the lamp knows when someone needs it, so it appears at just the right beat, not one beat too early, not one too late. The older folks in town say maybe the lake keeps the unsent letters of the past. Maybe no one needs to understand. Just believe. Then one day, in midwinter, ice rimmed the shore, and Birch Road was slick as fish skin. Eleanor slipped at the boat dock step. A hand reached and helped her up. It was Ben Holcomb, a forest ranger for the county. He lived in a cabin at the edge of the birch woods with a dog named Maple Brown, furred and bright-eyed. He said he had come that day to check the safety of the ice. He knew Eleanor from small church concerts and from Maple chasing kids down by the lake. They walked now to the wooden chair at the end of the dock. Eleanor looked at the water. Ice away in the distance was thicker, but right before the dock, it was still open water. The town says that Patch is gentle because the dock is like a palm-shaped hand holding the water. Eleanor told Ben about the lamp. Ben did not laugh. He nodded as if hearing of a night road he once walked. He said the first time he saw the light was many years before, when he was living in another state, when he had just left the Forest Rescue Force because of an accident he always thought was his fault. He said he carried the screams of people lost under trees into nights for months. And one night, he walked out to another lake in another state, the sky also cold and the water black like an unwashed mirror. He touched the water's surface and saw a patch of light, small, like a palm print. He placed his palm on it and whispered, "Sorry." He didn't know sorry to whom, didn't know what he asked for. But the next morning, he woke up with the feeling someone had agreed to guard his sleep for one night. Eleanor listened. Maple lay at their feet, breathing steady. Wind passed the edge of Eleanor's sweater and carried the scent of the wooden dock. They said nothing more. After a moment, the lamp appeared. It was small, like an orange yellow, like the light of a late year afternoon. Ben did not startle. He simply quietly removed the knit scarf from his jacket pocket, laid it on the wooden chair, and offered it to Eleanor to sit on. They sat together, watching. They watched as people watch the border between night and light without needing to name that border. The lamp did not make them think of answers. It made them be still before questions. After that night, they met again at the dock many times. Not every night showed the lamp. Some nights there were only cracking ice. Some nights only Maple chasing its shadow. But on nights the lamp appeared, they began bringing something concrete to place there. Eleanor brought a small recorder turned down to its lowest volume to capture the sound of water touching wood. Ben brought a piece of paper with a name he had not had the courage to speak out loud for years, placed the paper in his palm, and placed his hand on the bench's edge. One night, Eleanor asked Ben if the lamp in the lake helped people sleep. Did that mean it stole light from other lamps on shore? Ben shook his head. He said light was not like cake to be divided. The light from the underwater lamp seemed to have only one task: to remind people that light is real, even when no one sees it. Once you know that you no longer fear the dark, and when you no longer fear the dark, you sleep. That answer stayed with Eleanor through many long nights. She began writing little melodies again. Not grand pieces with horns and drums, just chains of 4, 6, 8. Notes like small bits of light stitched into the fabric of night. She taught her students how to hear the pauses between notes, the way you hear silence between heartbeats. She told them that music is not always what is played. Sometimes music is what is not. Spring came. The ice melted. Boats left the dock. A gray heron stood on one leg on a rock, staring into the water like reading a page. Eleanor asked Ben to help her repair the dock, replace a few rotting planks, repaint the railing. The town did not have much budget, so they called in a few friends. Mrs. Ida brought cinnamon rolls and hot coffee. The group worked on a breezy afternoon. Eleanor reset the bench at the end of the dock, sanded the legs smooth with paper, and laughed, remembering it was where she had fallen the first time she met Ben. That night, they sat again. The lamp did not appear. Still, they sat, and it felt right. They talked about small things, a new kind of coffee bean, how Maple just learned to fetch slippers, Eleanor's latest tune. They shared an ordinary day with each other, like offering a handful of wild flowers picked by the roadside. And in that ordinary, they realized they needed fewer miracles. In summer, the tourists came in waves. Some heard the story of the lamp and waited all night at the dock, hoping to see it and take a picture. Many nights passed, and they saw only the wind. Some were disappointed. Mrs. Ida would often joke with them that the town loves guests, but the underwater lamp is not for show. It is like an old woman who hides a vintage violin in her house and only plays when the right person comes. One evening, a boy got separated from his parents during the fireworks festival. He cried hard, the kind of crying that makes adults panic. Ben was the one who found him at the end bench on the dock where Eleanor often sat. Ben knelt down, asked his name, his grade, his favorite fish, his favorite ice cream. When the boy calmed down, Ben placed the boy's hand on the wooden step right above the water and told him to close his eyes. Beneath the surface, a soft golden light appeared like a gentle fish. The boy went silent. Ben told him to open his eyes, count to 10, and imagine the light swimming toward his parents. The boy counted each number clearly. When he finished, his parents' voices arrived like an answer on cue. No one knows if that was coincidence. No one needed to know. That night, Marigold Bay slept as if after a long lullaby. Autumn returned. At the head of Birch Street, the maple trees turned red like cloaks. Eleanor and Ben sat at the dock more often. They spoke of moving. Ben spoke of a cabin near the woods where there could be a small room for a piano. Eleanor spoke of her teaching hours and how she wanted to organize a lakeside concert in late fall. Just a digital piano, a student's cello, and the sound of water. The night before the concert, the wind picked up. There was a chance it would be canceled. Eleanor sat on the wooden step, watching the rippling water. She did not pray for the lamp to appear. She only breathed. Ben rested his hand on the back of the bench. After a while, the wind softened. The lamp did not come, or perhaps it did, in the wind's calming. The next morning, the concert went on. The townspeople stood in a wide circle. No one spoke loudly. Children hugged pillows. Maple lay at their feet. Eleanor played a simple, clear melody. The cello entered like a wooden path. The water lapped. Someone cried quietly, without knowing why. When the music ended, no one clapped right away. They stood still for a moment, as if not ready to name what had just passed. That night, Eleanor and Ben walked home. Above them, stars dropped into the lake like salt. They stopped at the dock one more time. This time, the lamp appeared. Not larger, not brighter, just simply there. They looked at it like at an old friend smiling in a crowd. Eleanor whispered to it that she would sleep, that she would let the next piece right itself, that she believed an invisible hand was keeping watch. That winter, a heavy snowstorm swept in. The power went out. Marigold Bay sank into a thick but peaceful darkness. Every house lit candles, stoked fireplaces. Mrs. Ida opened the diner so people could shelter. Ben and the other rangers took turns checking on everyone. Eleanor stayed at the diner, holding the bookstore owner's baby so she could use both hands. When the night reached its middle, someone suggested walking out to the dock to see the lake during the storm. They walked in silence, flashlights in hand, moving like a string of fireflies. At the dock, they turned off the flashlights. The wind had softened. The snowflakes fell more gently. on the water, golden lights appeared. This time, not just one. Many tiny points of light blinked like fish eyes, not twinkling like decoration, but breathing. No one said anything. After a while, everyone turned back home, peaceful, like they had received a signed permission slip to rest. The next morning, the electricity was back. The day carried on. People spoke of that night like recounting a real dream, remembering each detail without needing proof. Years passed. Marigold Bay remained small. The dock stayed wooden. Maple aged and passed peacefully one drizzly afternoon. Ben and Eleanor built a house at the edge of the birch forest, planted marigolds on the porch, and placed an upright piano in the living room. On restless nights, they warmed milk, opened the window, and listened to the lake shedding its skin. No two nights were the same, but one thing always was the feeling of a faceless night guard. The underwater lamp never let itself belong to anyone, never became a possession. It was made of something the old world used to call the kindness of the earth. Once, a young filmmaker asked to shoot a documentary about the lamp. Ben and Eleanor declined the multi-day filming schedule. They told him he could stay in town, drink Mrs. Ida's coffee, sit at the dock, walk the forest trail, and if one night he needed, truly needed, maybe the lamp would appear. If not, the film would still be good, because it would tell the story of a town that knows how to sleep when night falls, and knows how to be still when someone needs stillness. The young man stayed a week. On the final night, he lay on the dock's end bench, placed his hand on the wood, and cried from missing his father. When he looked up, the golden light was there. He did not press record. He simply looked. The next morning, he left town with only one recorded scene, the sound of water, and one short sentence for narration. That line did not speak of the lamp. It spoke of the courtesy of the dark. When I left Marigold Bay on an August afternoon, Mrs. Ida packed me a bag of pastries and told me whenever you cannot sleep, do not force it. Go outside, look at the sky, and listen for any sound. If you hear nothing at all, place your hand over your chest and let your own hand become a small lamp. I laughed. She laughed too. And in that shared glance, I understood why this town had been able to keep its lamp for so long. They did not chase it. They did not flaunt it. They simply lived and believed that what is gentle will always find its own way to stay. On my final night in town, I walked out to the dock alone. The wooden bench was warm from the day's sun. I set my notebook on my lap, pencil beside it, not trying to write. I thought about the people who had been able to sleep because they knew someone was watching over them. I thought about the children afraid of the night whale. I thought about the firefighters who had left behind the sound of the siren when they entered their dreams. I placed my hand on the wooden edge right above the water. The water was cool. I did not ask for anything. I only said hello. The lamp did not appear. I smiled. Maybe I did not need it. Maybe what I needed had already shown up in another form. I stood, walked slowly across the planks, hearing the gentle creak of the wood, hearing myself breathe. When I turned back one last time, the lake was still black, like a sheet of paper, fully dried. In the sky, one star fell very slowly. I did not make a wish. I simply closed my eyes for a second and gave thanks to an unseen night watchman who had taught this town and me the gentlest lesson of sleep. Lesson to take away. Peace does not come from chasing the light at all costs, but from the ability to believe that the light is still there, even when we cannot see it. When the human heart stops chasing and allows itself to rest in what is already here, the darkness becomes a courteous guardian. Each night before you sleep, quietly ask yourself 3 small questions. What can I set down from today? Who can keep watch for me? A while. It could be a real person, or simply your own breath. And what light in me still remains, even if no one sees it? Answer those 3 with silence and a long breath. Sleep will come like a small lamp quietly burning on in your deepest place. Story 7. The Night Garden. Keeper. On the outskirts of Portland, Oregon, there is a narrow road named Cedar Grove. The road hardly appears on tourist maps because it has only a few old houses tucked among tall trees. Along that road, there is a garden fenced by a low hedge of hibiscus, and a wooden sign at the gate reads, "The Night Garden, tended by Samuel Hale." By day, it looks nothing special. A small garden, a few rose beds, some lavender plants, and a few weather-worn wooden chairs. But when night falls, the garden transforms. The smell of damp earth blends with the scent of lavender drifting into the air. Fireflies appear like tiny candles that can fly, and the wind through the tree canopy makes a steady rhythm, like breathing. Samuel Hale has been tending that garden for over 30 years. He is in his 70s, living alone in a small house beside the garden, its roof tiled with green-blue shingles, and its windows always open. Locals call him the Night Garden Keeper because he often begins his work when others have gone to sleep. He trims the plants when the moon rises, waters the flowers when dew falls, and talks to the soil as if he were speaking with an old friend. No one knows why he chose to work at night. Some guess he suffers from insomnia. Others say he fears his bright light. Some think he is just eccentric. But there is one thing few people know. Every night, the garden changes color. The roses that appear red by day turn a deep purple at night. The lavender seems to glow faintly, as though coated with silver mist. Even the water in the stone basin in the garden reflects the moonlight like a mirror. One early autumn evening, a young woman named Anna Parker came to Cedar Grove. She had just graduated from college in Seattle, feeling exhausted after a year working in advertising in the big city. Inside her, everything felt compressed. The meetings, the deadlines, the sleepless nights. She no longer heard her own voice. A friend recommended her visit the garden, saying Mr. Hale's garden helped many people find sleep again. Anna arrived just after dusk. Mr. Hale was seated on a wooden chair, holding an oil lamp. He looked up as she stepped in. "You are late," he said, his voice low and slow. But the garden never closes. Hesitantly, Anna replied, "I heard that this place can help people sleep." Mr. Hale smiled faintly. "The garden does not help anyone sleep. It only teaches a person how not to fight the night." That remark made Anna quiet. He motioned for her to follow him. In the midst of the garden was a little stone-paved path. Each stone was polished smooth, as though someone's footsteps had worn it down 1,000 times. They walked to the end of the path, where there was a long bench facing a round pond. On the pond's surface, the moonlight broke into hundreds of sparkling fragments. He told her to sit. "Do you hear anything?" he asked. Anna listened. Only the wind. The wind is a sound, too. Night has a language of its own. When you learn to hear it, you will no longer need to struggle to sleep. Then, Mr. Hale poured her a cup of tea. The tea was made from the garden's mint leaves and lavender flowers. He said nothing else. They sat in silence. Time seemed to slow. Somewhere nearby, an owl hooted the sound of its wing, cutting through the air so plainly that you could almost see its shape. When the clock inside the house rang 12 times, Anna realized she had stopped thinking altogether for nearly an hour. Her head felt light. For the first time in months, she felt at ease, simply doing nothing. She turned to speak her thanks, but Mr. Hale had risen and gone off to water plants farther away. She stayed a little longer, then left. The next morning, Anna returned. He was trimming the rose bushes. In the light of day, the garden looked ordinary. The nightly magic had vanished. She asked, Last night, the roses here were purple. This morning, they are red again. Why? He only smiled. Everything changes with the light. The night does not make the flowers different. The night only makes the light different. From then on, Anna came to the garden every evening. At first, she only sat. Later, she began helping him mow the grass, pick up leaves, and water the plants. Each night, he taught her a small lesson, how to recognize the scent of fresh soil after rain, how to see the shape of the wind through the movement of the grass, how to know when to stop before growing tired. One day, Anna asked, "Why do you not sleep at night?" He replied, "I do sleep, just not always in a bed. When the mind is at peace, even with eyes open, you are already resting." Anna pondered that. She thought about all those sleepless nights in her Seattle apartment, phone in hand, her head full of ads, numbers, and strangers she had never met. She realized it was not the work that had worn her down, but the constant noise inside her mind. In this garden, that noise slowly faded. One night, it rained. Mr. Hale put on a cloak, wore a hat, and still went out to water the plants. Anna stopped him. "It is raining. You should rest." He smiled. "The earth is drinking too. When the earth drinks, we must drink with it." She remembered that sentence for the rest of her life. The next month, blue poppies began to bloom in the garden. That color is rare. They bloom for only a week before fading. People in town would come to see them, but no one took photos because they believed if you tried to capture the flowers in pictures, they would grow shy and close too soon. Anna sat next to Mr. Hale, watching the blooms. He told her he used to be a surgeon working in a hospital in Boston. One night, after a long emergency shift, he looked at his hands, shaking. He realized he could no longer tell the difference between living and rushing. The next day, he left the hospital, drove to Portland, and began planting. "I thought I would forget my old profession," he said. "But it turns out I am still healing. Only now my patients are the earth and the sleepless." By late autumn, his health declined. He asked Anna to care for the garden by herself for a few days because he needed to rest. She did as he asked. At night, as she watered the plants, she noticed the light in the pond was dimmer than usual. She felt afraid. She ran to his house. He was lying in a chair by the window, smiling. When the light in the pond grows dim, it means the garden has learned how to shine on its own. Just like you. When you no longer need me to be still, it means you already know how to be still. A week later, Mr. Hale passed away in his sleep. The town held a memorial by lighting candles around the pond. When night fell, the wind carried the scent of the blue poppies, long gone, but still lingering in memory. Anna continued tending the garden. Every night, she opened the gate for strangers to come and sit. She did not say much, only poured tea, showed them the way to the bench by the pond, and said, "Sit still, listen to the wind. If you feel sleepy, let yourself sleep." 5 years later, the garden had a new name, the Garden of Quiet Hours. People came from many places, not to find a miracle, but to rediscover the ability to do nothing and feel whole. That summer, Anna wrote one sentence in her journal. "When I stopped trying to quiet my mind, it was quiet. When I stopped trying to hold the light stayed." In the evenings, she made tea, sat by the pond, and watched the fireflies float like hundreds of tiny candles. Someone once asked her which light in the garden was the most real. She answered, "The truest light is the one that turns off when we close our eyes." The air was still. The sound of water dripping from the leaves into the pond came in steady rhythm, like the heartbeat of someone in deep sleep. Lesson learned. Peace is not the absence of sound, but when sound can no longer stir the mind. Sleep does not come from trying to lull yourself, but from ceasing to resist the night. Every day before bed, ask yourself, did I listen to the wind today? Did I touch the earth? Did I pause for a moment? If the answer is yes, then that night, even without dreams, will still be a whole night. Story 8. The Dream Weaver. The desert around Santa Fe, in the late afternoon, is like a great piece of cloth dyed to the very last fiber by the sun. The air carries the scent of pine and warm earth. On Canyon Road, there is a small workshop named Dream Loom Studio. The wooden sign hanging beneath the porch always twitches gently when the wind comes down from the Sangre de Cristo range. The workshop's owner is Alma Reyes. Alma's hands are slender and strong. On her wrists are darker streaks, as if threads have slipped by for many years. The locals say that Alma knows how to weave blankets that allow even the restless sleeper to find peace. They say this in a tone that does not want to exaggerate, as if referring to a gentle custom of the desert. Alma grew up in an adobe house near the Rio Grande. Her mother was a weaver. She taught her daughter that thread knows how to listen, and the loom knows how to breathe. Alma's father was a carpenter. He taught her how to repair the rafters that creaked whenever the wind shifted direction. In the evenings in their house, there was the sound of the shutter rubbing in the wind, the sound of night birds seeking each other, and the sound of the loom going back and forth like a tireless shuttle. From childhood, Alma had slept beneath that sound, so later, every time she heard the whir of an electric sewing machine in the city, her pulse would quicken. She left Santa Fe for a time to study design in Arizona. The city gave her many ideas, but stole her long breaths. She returned. Dream loom. Studio began with an old loom and a window facing the wide sky. Those who come to Alma's workshop are not just looking for a blanket, but also seeking a place to lay their head where the past will not drag them awake in the middle of the night. One night, someone pulled up before the studio when the sky had turned deep blue. Alma opened the door and poured tea. She seated the guest opposite the loom and gently asked 3 questions. What sound do you hear when you close your eyes? What scent makes you feel at home? And what color would you like dawn to greet you with? No one had to answer right away. They touched bundles of dyed threads made from walnut husks, onion skins, sage leaves, and the red dust of the desert. When one's heart stopped hurrying, the answers might arrive like water seeping through sand. One evening, a man appeared with the face of someone who had walked through many flames. He introduced himself as Daniel Moore. He is an emergency room nurse in Albuquerque. His eyes were deep but blurred from lack of sleep. He said he had begun hearing the ambulance sirens even when he lay in bed. He woke during the night and would have to place his hand on the wall to know he was home and not in the hospital parking lot. Alma listened without interrupting. She handed him a piece of coarse, gray cloth and asked him to hold it in his palm. Breathe as a dove perched on a power line, short and steady. When the breathing calmed, name a scent. Daniel called the scent of the uniform laundry soap when the day was still dark. Name a light. Daniel said the green-blue glow of the monitor switching off when the patient was stable. Name a sound. Daniel said the quiet hum of the air conditioner in the nurse's station when everyone else was asleep. Alma nodded. She told him she would weave him a blanket with a very fine border of blue, a gray field, and a small section mixed with white threads to reserve space for silence. The liner would be hung to dry on a clothesline near the riverbank so it would carry the scent of cold water. The next day, a young woman stepped in with dark circles around her eyes, the kind of woman who dreamed too much and woke up too soon. Her name was Naomi Kim. She paints for a small gallery. She said she had stopped watching the clock at 3 a.m. for fear of seeing the familiar number. She said she dreamed of doors she could not open. Alma placed in front of her a basket of pebbles gathered from the riverbank. Choose one. Naomi chose a black pebble with a fine white streak. Place the pebble on your chest and sit quietly for a minute. Naomi did so and heard the blood in her ears. She felt better. Alma told her to take the pebble home and place it under her pillow until her blanket was finished. Dream Loom Studio has a ritual. Each time a customer orders a blanket, Alma begins with a row of threads, very slowly. She looks out the window and listens to the desert passing by the low shrubs. She keeps her hands' rhythm just right, so the shuttle sound becomes a story. Every night there is wind. Every night the wind is somewhat different. She records that difference in the rows of threads. She thinks of the people who will lay that blanket across their chests. She thinks of how their sound will sink through the layers of cotton. She thinks of the words the blanket will softly speak when the room's lights go out. One thin moon evening, an older woman came into the workshop carrying a canvas bag printed with the image of her old elementary school. Her name was Lorraine Baker. She was once a music teacher. She brought a wool coat that belonged to her late husband. She wanted Alma to use that coat as the liner. Alma touched the coat. The wool was soft enough that her fingers remembered each twist of the yarn. She asked what sound the woman would like to hear when she lay down. The woman said she wanted to hear the sound of a train passing in the night, like in the old days when they were both in Kansas. Alma could not weave a train's sound, but she knew how to weave parallel lines. Two imaginary lines running lengthwise across the blanket. Every 10 beats, they would meet once at a knot. When the older woman lay under the blanket, she would feel a gentle motion far away. Her memory would join what was left. Before Alma begins to weave, she always places a small slip of paper under the loom. On the paper, she writes the name of the person who will receive the blanket in the exact handwriting of that person. She believes that the name is the anchor of a sleeping story. When the work is finished, she dries the paper in the sun and then places it in a small wooden box in the cupboard. If someone returns after many years, they can open the box and read the name they once sent. After reading it, they often feel the peace of stepping into an old house, the city in the rainy storm season. Thunder in the distance, like the drums of the Pueblo people. Alma sat weaving in the soft rumble. She thought about directions. Daniel's blanket would need to face west because his hospital looked that way. Naomi's blanket needed to face east because she wanted to wake with the first light of day. Mrs. Lorraine's blanket needed to face north because her remembered train journey went in that direction. Alma secured the stitches at the corners according to those directions. Nobody saw the stitches, but when they lay down, their bodies recognized and breathed in the right direction. The rumor about Dream Loom traveled farther than Santa Fe. A young writer from Denver came. His name was Julian Park. He said he had finished writing a book about silence, but he did not know how to be silent himself. He lay down and heard words rustling like heavy rain on a tin roof. He wanted a blanket heavy enough to weigh down the words. Alma took a thick roll of cotton yarn. She wove a dark earth-colored base. In the middle, she inserted a small square of cream color. She instructed Julian that before sleep, he should place both hands on that square and count 12 breaths. The square was the door of the library closed at night. When the door shut, the words stayed inside. One Sunday afternoon, Alma caught sight of a little girl sitting on the porch, staring into the workshop for a long time. The girl's name was Sophia. She carried an old backpack and a wooden flute. Sophia's mother worked the night shift in a convenience store. Sophia often waited until her mother fell asleep before she went to sleep. Alma asked the child what sound she heard in her head. Sophia said she heard the sound of a stream in a documentary at school. Alma invited Sophia to play her flute for the workshop. The melody was awkward, but pure. Alma gave Sophia a small cloth woven in pale green threads. Place the cloth over your eyes before you sleep, and imagine water traveling from your forehead down your cheeks, then your chin, she said. Sophia did as told, and that night the child slept through. For a moment, Dream Loom became a place where people brought the sounds that remained inside them and brought back blankets that knew how to return those sounds to the night. Alma did not advertise. One person told another. In winter, she wove late into the night. In summer, she closed the workshop early to walk by the riverbank. When she walked, she picked up driftwood. She brought it back to the workshop to make blanket buttons. Riverwood held the scent of water. Each time someone touched a button, the blanket holder felt cooler. One day, Alma received a package from New York. In the box was a black and white photograph of a young man standing in front of a brick building and a hand-written letter. He explained that he had never been to Santa Fe, but he had heard a recording of Naomi's music in which Dream Loom was mentioned. He wanted to order a blanket for his mother, who lived in Queens. She was sleepless because of the elevated train noise. Alma read the letter slowly. She did not know what New York train noise sounded like, but she knew sound had form. She wove curves as regular as the waveform on a screen. She lined the blanket with cotton dipped in peppermint leaf water. She sent it off and waited. A few weeks later, she received a postcard with careful writing. The mother had slept. The words did not say much, but reached where they were needed. That fall, Santa Fe had a forest fire to the west. The sky was golden for many days. People from all over came to help. Daniel drove up from Albuquerque. He sat on the workshop step and told her he was still sleeping well. He brought 2 buttons from an old protective suit. He asked her to use them as blanket buttons for a firefighter in the group who had just lost his father. Alma did not ask further. She placed the 2 buttons in her palm. They were hot, as if still holding the wearer's heat. She cleaned the buttons, laid them in the sun, then attached them to the blanket, like adding 2 eyes that watched the dawn. Once, Alma fell ill. The workshop closed for 7 days. The windows remained open so the wind could enter. People who had been to Dream Loom brought food to the door, then left. One evening, Naomi came by and rearranged the rolls of yarn. Daniel placed a small cactus flower arrangement on the windowsill. Mrs. Lorraine sent an old train ticket stub. Alma lay on a couch, her body light from the medicine, yet she felt the workshop still breathing, even when she did not touch it. She understood what she did was not magic. It was the patient work of many days, like the desert, patiently holding the sunlight, like the river, patiently wearing down the stone. When she recovered, Alma wove a blanket for herself. She had never done that before. The base was the color of the sky just after sunset. In the 4 corners, she placed 4 hidden stitches pointing the direction of home. In the center, she sewn a small circle of silver thread. She placed the blanket over her body and lay near the window. The wind passed through her hair. She heard her mother in memory reading a poem in Spanish. She heard her father adjusting the creaking door. Those sounds were now only faint waves. She slept a long time, as if she had returned home from a long journey. On a year-end evening, the workshop welcomed a special guest. An older man stood at the door for a while before entering. His name was Thomas Green. He had once been a civilian pilot. He carried the feeling of the sky in his bones. He said that lately he often woke at 3 o'clock in the morning because in his dream he heard the engine start. He feared taking off when there were no passengers. Alma laid a thin hide upon the table and asked him to draw the flight path he preferred. He drew an arc from Seattle down to Los Angeles, then to Albuquerque, then back to Santa Fe. Alma wove the blanket following that arc. She placed a bright thread stitch at the landing point. She instructed him that before sleep, he should place a finger on the bright stitch and say the words "safe landing." He did so, and a few weeks later returned. He reported that the takeoff dreams still came, but they always ended with the gentle sound of landing wheels. He smiled as if he had just returned. In the snowy season, Dream Loom glowed in the small golden light of the lamp. Alma placed an extra chair beside the loom for those who wished to sit and watch an hour of weaving. The viewers did not speak. They watched the yarn pass through the wood beam as if they were watching a river flow through the field. Those who had long suffered sleeplessness often wept quietly at the 40th minute. They said that was the moment they no longer wanted to control the yarn's path. They let it discover its own rhythm. From then on, every night, they could do the same with their own breath. One evening, Alma met an old student of her mother's. The woman recalled that Alma's mother used to teach that sleep is a silent seamstress. That seamstress, each night, enters the room with bare feet and no sound. She told her pupils to place an empty chair near the bed, as if inviting that seamstress to sit down. Alma placed an empty chair in the workshop. She wrote a line in chalk on the back of the chair. The chair is for the silent seamstress of the night. Anyone passing by smiled. One evening, music sounded from the back room. Naomi and one of her cello students came to play a few pieces for those waiting to receive their blankets. Alma wove more slowly so that the shuttle's sound would not overpower the cello. Daniel sat in the corner and breathed very steadily. Mrs. Lorraine tapped the rhythm on her knee. A group of visitors dropped by the workshop during their long journey through Santa Fe. They said they came to Dream Loom because they had read somewhere that there was a workshop weaving dreams. When they left, they were silent as people exiting a late church service. Time passed. People hung Alma's blanket in their bedrooms, on benches in their campers. One couple took the blanket to Yosemite and slept under the sequoia trees. They wrote a letter saying that as the wind blew through the ancient trunks, the blanket kept them close to the ground. A mother brought the blanket with her to the hospital for childbirth. She wrote that the doctor complimented how well the baby slept. Alma read the letters, folded them, and tucked them away. She did not keep them as trophies. She saw them as river stones, quiet but present. The story of Dream Loom does not have a dramatic finale. It simply stretches from day to night, stitched with threads of no color. Alma grew older. Her hands remained steady. She took on 2 apprentices, one named Mateo and the other Claire. They learned how to dye yarn with sunlight. They learned how to choose scents for the lining. They learned how to look at people without rushing to offer comfort. They learned to write a name on a small slip of paper and let the sun do the rest. On New Year's Eve, Alma locked up early. She took her own blanket out to the porch. In the sky, fireworks bloomed like soft flowers over the distant, hazy city. Santa Fe was cold, but not harsh. She wrapped herself in the blanket and sat listening. There was no sound but the wind moving through pine branches. She thought of her mother and father. She thought of those who had come and those who were yet to arrive. She thought of the desert as a giant loom weaving the new days together. She placed her hand on the circle of silver thread in the center of the blanket and whispered a good night to the world. In that moment, she felt that all of us are held by a hand we cannot see, but that is truly there. The next morning, Dream Loom opened its doors. Light poured in like fresh milk. On the table lay a small note Alma had written to herself. Sleep is not surrender. Sleep is laying yourself down so the gentleness within you can get to work. Alma smiled and began a new row of threads. The next weaving was waiting. Lesson learned. Sleep comes when we allow our rhythm to slow down and let the world soften without trying to measure it. Name the things that keep you awake. Choose a scent your body can recognize as home. Choose a color for the sunrise so your spirit has a gentle direction. Before you sleep, place both hands on your chest and count 12 breaths. Whisper a soft landing for your day. When the hands release the thread and let it find its own rhythm, peace will weave what is missing, and sleep will arrive like a warm blanket laid gently over your body. Story 9. The Moonlight Reading Room. Asheville. Snugly lies in a valley winding between the Blue Ridge Mountains. The city smells of cinnamon rolls from the little bakeries spilling out onto the street. There is the soft sound of a banjo floating through the air on weekend afternoons, and a thin mist clings to the stone steps when dawn arrives. On the northern edge of the city, where Montford Road runs past a gently sloping lawn, there is a small red brick building with a sign reading Moonlight Public Reading Room. The locals call the place, more familiarly, the Moonlight Library. Miriam Lee is the head librarian. She is 43 years old, her hair as black as ink, her eyes dark brown, her voice soft and low. She moved to Asheville after many years working in a large library system in Boston. There, her days were full of data spreadsheets, scanner beeps, and performance metrics. She was very good at the job, trusted by colleagues. But every night, when she lay down her head, her mind felt like a room with the light never turned off. When her mother fell ill, Miriam returned to the South to be closer to her family. In one autumn, she accepted the librarian position at Moonlight. The new job demanded less noise and far more silence, something she did not realize she needed until she sat for the first time in the reading room. and listened to the soft turn of pages, like wind brushing against a coat. Moonlight opens especially in the evenings. From 7 o'clock until midnight, the reading room glows with warm yellow light. The wood floor shines like the surface of a still lake. Not everyone knows this opening time. Those who do keep it amongst themselves, like a small secret, reserved for people seeking a place to set a day down. Morgan, an art student at the University of North Carolina at Asheville, often comes and sits at the table by the window. Mrs. Helen, who retired after 30 years of teaching, chooses the armchair by the fireplace. Jonas, a long-haul truck driver, drops in whenever he has a run through town to read poetry. A few come not to read anything at all, but simply sit watching the light cast upon the spines of books as if they were rooftops in winter. Miriam has a ritual before opening. She walks slowly among the shelves, places a hand on the spine of each book as if greeting an old friend. She pours a pot of chamomile tea at the librarian's desk. She writes in chalk on a little board near the door. The wording is different each night. One night, it might say, "Please breathe before you begin." Another night, "This room was made for quiet arrivals." On another, it is simply, "Welcome home." One early January evening, the sky a deep ink blue. Dropping into water, Jonas walked in his tall frame, casting a long shadow on the floor. He placed his baseball cap on the table, looked around, took a slow breath. Miriam handed him a poetry selection by Mary Oliver. Jonas shook his head. He said, tonight, he did not want words. He wanted to hear a sound aside from the hum of his truck engine still ringing in his ears. Miriam pointed to an old wooden tape recorder in the corner of the room. She pressed play on a recording of gentle rain falling on a tin roof in the mountains, captured many years ago. Jonas sat down to that rain. A little while later, he nodded off to a short nap. When he awoke, he placed a hand on his chest and said a very quiet thank you, then stood and went back out to the road. 2 weeks later, Morgan brought a bundle of dry branches cut from the campus lawn, saying the school was taking down the tree after a strong wind. He wanted the reading room to keep a little of that wood smoke scent. Miriam placed the bundle in a glass vase. The smell of wood, soft as freshly baked bread crust, filled the reading room. That night, Mrs. Helen reread her journal entries from when she was a young teacher. She closed her eyes longer than usual and smiled. Everyone has a scent that leads them home, Miriam thought, and the library can hold a little of that for them. The story of moonlight spread like mist. One evening, a young woman stood on the porch for quite a while before entering. She introduced herself as Ava Martinez. Ava is a physician assistant at a clinic in West Asheville. She said for many weeks she could not sleep because each time she closed her eyes, she heard her own hurried footsteps in the hallway, heard the flipping of files, heard the emergency door. Miriam asked no further questions. She handed Ava a small card printed with a simple map of the reading room. She held a pen and drew 3 small circles. The first circle around the librarian's desk, the second around the poetry shelves, the third around the fireplace corner. She said that if tonight the footsteps in her mind ran too fast, she should walk the circuit through those 3 points, touch the back of a chair in each spot, and then return to her seat. Ava did as she was told. She walked very slowly. After 3 rounds, her shoulders slumped. Her fingertips grew less cold. For the first time in many weeks, Ava felt she could walk in a space where no one called her name, where no one needed her to answer anything right away. After that night, Ava began visiting the library once or twice a week. She always tucked the map card into her wallet. Another night, a middle-aged man walked in wearing a thick quilted jacket. He was a musician, playing every evening at bar gigs around the city for 5 hours. He said lately he could not hear the rests anymore. He was so tired that even silence hurt. Miriam handed him a slim book by John Cage and a pencil. He smiled and said he was not there to learn music, only to remember how to sit. Miriam nodded. She told him that at moonlight there was a rule unspoken. After 9 o'clock, anyone who wished could place a hand on the cover of the book they were reading and close their eyes for 5 minutes. No one judged. No one called it sleep. The musician complied. When he opened his eyes, he had found the first quiet in a long time. He put the book back on the shelf and said the next night's gig would include an extra 5-minute break between songs. The small back room of the library, Miriam jokingly calls it the lamp room. In that room, she keeps soft yellow light bulbs with different warm tones, a few unlit candles, a thin stack of blankets for anyone who might need one, and a wooden box containing handwritten cards that visitors have left behind after each night. On the cards are lines like, "I slept a little," or "Thank you for letting my thoughts sit down." Some cards have no words at all, just spirals drawn to represent a breath. On weekends, Miriam opens the box, reads a few of the cards, then closes it. She does not store data. She only holds the imprint of these moments put down. Spring arrives. Outside the library's porch, the wild apple tree blooms white petals, falling like warm snow. Miriam begins hosting a small monthly gathering she calls Slow Hour. It is not a book club. There is no discussion. 10 people sit in a circle. Each chooses a thin book. For the first 40 minutes, they only read and breathe. In the next 20 minutes, anyone who wishes writes in their personal journal one question and one answer. Nobody reads aloud. They go home with their own sentence. After a few sessions, participants tell Miriam that they slept earlier that night. One rainy evening, the city power goes out for an hour. Moonlight sinks into soft darkness. Miriam lights 5 candles. The scent of wax drifts like an ancient lullaby. Ava arrives. Jonas arrives. Morgan arrives. Mrs. Helen also arrives, leaning on her cane. They sit closer than usual. No one reads. They each tell a short story about a time they slept deeply. Jonas speaks of the night he lay in his camper by the interstate, snow swirling past the lights. Ava recalls her first nap after the medical internship ended. Mrs. Helen recounts the night before her wedding day when her mother took her hand and told her, "Go to sleep so that tomorrow you remember more." Morgan is silent for a bit, then says he cannot recall a recent night of deep sleep, but he hopes to have one. Everyone nods. The 5th candle flickers as though hearing the sentence. When the lights come back on, the moonlight is still faint and warm. On the chalkboard, Miriam writes a new sentence. May the night volunteer to keep watch for you. A week later, a stranger brings a small box to meet Miriam. He introduces himself as Felix, a picture-framing craftsman at a photo shop near downtown. In the box is a Polaroid of a lake near Blue Ridge at dawn. He says he has been sleepless many nights since his father passed away. He wandered the city at night and photographed corners of faint light. Last night, he took this photo and then fell asleep on a park bench. He wants to gift the photo to the library. Miriam accepts it and places the photo on the librarian's desk. She says, perhaps the photo will serve to remind us that dawn always finds its way, even on days when people are lost. From then on, each night, she aligns the photo toward whoever has sat alone the longest in the room. No one knows she does this, but everyone senses a soft little glow at the end of the night. That same spring, Miriam receives an email from the old library system in Boston offering her a senior role. Good salary, prestige, big projects knocking. She reads the letter, places her palm on the table, hears the rain lightly on the porch. She thinks of the nights in the reading room, under the moonlight, where strangers had together learnt how to hand the night back to the night. She does not write a refusal right away. She takes a walk between the shelves, pauses before Walden, before a poetry collection by Ocean Vuong, before a short story by Raymond Carver. She pours tea. At midnight, she gives a very short reply. She thanks them for the offer, says she is at a place where she is needed. The next morning, she hangs a small card by the door on which she has written in blue ink, "Stayed." In June, the reading room hosts an outdoor poetry night. The townspeople spread blankets on the grass. Children chase each other amid the fireflies. Blinking, the wind rustles leaves like a very small happiness. Each person reads a poem or a passage. When her turn comes, Miriam does not read a poem. She reads a short lowercase passage of her own about people who entered the reading room with red eyes, then exited with their shoulders a little lower, as though they had just set down a heavy backpack. She thanks them for trusting the small room. She says she knows no library erases all fatigue, but there are rooms that allow fatigue to be placed down safely. The audience does not clap loudly. They smile. Night falls softly like a terry cloth shawl. Since then, the room moonlight gradually becomes a habit of the city. No one calls it therapy. No one promises healing. People only know that if one day they feel unsteady in the evening, there is a room to sit down. If you sit long enough, you hear a strange sound that turns out to be very familiar. It is the night doing its work. It watches over. It is the kindest, most patient guardian. Miriam thinks this one late night as she stands alone in the reading room with its lights off, only a small desk lamp glowing at the counter. She looks up at the ceiling where the lamp's light draws a soft circle. She whispers goodnight to the room. One early autumn evening, the air dry and cool, Ava walks through the door with a careful but genuine smile. She says she slept 7 hours last night. Jonas adds a new poetry book to the gift shelf. Morgan reports he has received a scholarship and promises to send back to the reading room the drawings of the slow hours. Mrs. Helen brings a knitted wool shawl of her own making to place on the armchair for cold shoulders. Felix hangs another framed photo of the sky before rain. The musician sends a musical piece composed entirely of rests. The title is Room for Quiet Arrivals. Moonlight does not grow by sprawl. It grows by the breath of slowness. On weekend nights, Miriam still walks past the bookshelves, places her hand on each spine, silently blessing the reader. When someone sleeps a short nap in the reading room, she simply adjusts the thin blanket over their belly and lets them continue sleeping. No one wakes anyone. In moonlight, people learn to believe that night is gentle enough to keep them whole until morning. A year later, Miriam writes in her journal a sentence she has distilled from countless silent footsteps through the reading room. Peace is not the sound of noise vanishing. Peace is when noise no longer gives orders. She closes the journal, turns out the light, locks the door. Outside, Asheville breathes softly. The street lamps spill their glow onto the wet sidewalk like lines of unwritten text. In the sky, a thin cloud drifts like a musical phrase that knows where to stop. That night, Miriam goes home and sleeps early. Lesson learned. Night does not demand that you be quiet right away. Night only asks that you sit down for a while and let it carry out its job of keeping watch. Before going to sleep, create for yourself a small reading room wherever you are. Turn off the screen. Choose one object to touch the spine of a book or the arm of a chair. Breathe slowly through 3 points in your space. Walk as though you are making a round. Set a short sentence on your bedside, like the chalkboard at the library door. Congratulate yourself on having passed through a day and agree to let the night keep you whole until morning. Story 10. Aurora Inn. In the long night, the town of Fairbanks sits in the middle of Alaska like a wide chest inhaling the cold of the north. Winter arrives and stays for a long time. The streets are blanketed with snow dust. The air is dry and smells of fresh wood because the stoves in the log cabins are always softly burning. On Richardson Road, near the Chena River bank, there is a small inn called Aurora Inn. A simple blue sign, a low-roofed porch, double-pane windows to keep in the warmth. Locals joke that the Aurora Inn has an invisible department. It is the department that watches over the people passing through the long night. The night manager is Grace Park. 45 years old, from Seattle, moved to Alaska after many years chasing tourism projects. She had been among so many lights that her eyes hadn't had time to blink before being pulled onward. Once she arrived in Fairbanks in January, looked up at the sky, and saw ribbons of green and purple light drifting like silk, and suddenly realized that some things only appear when people stand still. She asked to work at the Aurora Inn for 1 week. In the end, she stayed. Grace's night shift begins at 6 in the evening. The first task is a round through the inn. She taps gently on every door to check the heating system. She adds more wood to the lobby stove. She places a pot of herbal tea on the reception desk and opens a thin notebook with an olive green cover. On the first page each night, Grace writes a very small sentence for anyone who sees it. Some nights, she writes, "Today is enough." Some nights, she writes, "Let the sky do the sky's work." Some nights, she writes, "You do not need to pretend to be still." Around 7 o'clock, a guest steps into the lobby with a large backpack. His name is Eli Turner. Eli is a long-haul truck driver going up from Anchorage through roads as cold and long as a mountain's breadth. He asks for a small room. Grace gives him the key and pours the tea. Eli holds the cup with both hands, sits in the armchair by the stove. The firelight plays across his wind-weathered face. He says he has been having trouble sleeping lately. When he closes his eyes, he hears tires crushing on ice and wind whipping against the trailer. Grace does not ask why. She simply places before him a pinewood pendulum clock hanging in the lobby. The clock does not chime loudly. It only ticks softly, like a very gentle knock at a door. Grace says to Eli, "When you hear that gentle knock, imagine it is the forest ranger's station at the end of the day, closing its door. Each tick is a latch sliding in. When the latch is fully in, you have the right not to answer any more calls of the day." Eli smiles sadly. He says, "All right." That night, Eli sleeps 4 hours straight, something he has not done in 2 months. Early the next morning, before leaving the Aurora Inn, he places on the desk a small silver pen, cap faded, and says it is the cap of the first teacher who taught him to drive. He wants to leave it here because the little cap can keep a piece of the light of guidance. The second guest that evening is a scientist named Sophia Rivera from the University of Alaska. She brings a small suitcase and a metal box containing an aurora radiation measuring instrument. She asks for a room facing north. She says she has not slept deeply for 3 weeks because each night the data appears on her screen like a voice calling. Sophia tells Grace she is afraid if she closes her eyes, she will miss a rare event. Grace smiles very gently. She opens a drawer and takes out a fine wool yarn. She gives it to Sophia and says, "Tonight, before you turn off the light, tie one end of the yarn to your wrist and the other to your bed leg. Say one sentence slowly. Even if the data goes somewhere, you still remain here." That sentence is like an anchor. Don't hold on to the data. Hold on to the person. Sophia follows the instructions. That night, the aurora appears only 10 minutes after midnight. She looks out the window, writes a few brief notes, then shuts off the screen and places her hand on the yarn. For the first time in many nights, she does not feel guilty about closing her eyes. The next morning, she shows Grace a photograph of the aurora taken when she was still a student. In the photo is a thin ribbon of light, like the sky's signature. The Aurora Inn is not luxurious. The rooms are just warm enough, the beds covered with thick blankets, The bedside has a small lamp with amber honey light. But there is one thing everyone mentions. It is the sky watching room in the attic. The wooden stairs up to the attic are a bit steep. The door opens into a small space with two large windows facing straight up to the northern sky. On the ceiling glow tiny phosphorescent stars unseen during the day. Grace hangs 4 long coats for guests to borrow. She places in the corner an electric piano and a thin music book. Occasionally, a guest plays a few quiet tunes. The piano's sound in the cold air is oddly clear. Another evening, a girl of about 11 arrives with her mother. The girl's name is Mia Chen. Mia's mother is an elementary teacher in Texas, taking her daughter on a long trip to see the aurora for the first time. Mia asks Grace, "Is the aurora an angel?" Grace says, "If you wish, you may call it that. But there is another way to call it. The aurora is like the blanket that the sky takes down from the head of the bed to cover the world for a moment." Mia likes that description better. That night, outside Fairbanks, there is a gentle wind. The aurora rises in a sky blue ribbon, then shifts to purple. Mia sits in the attic room, her mouth slightly open, as though trying to learn how to breathe with her eyes. After watching long enough, she falls asleep, right in the chair, her knees on the coat, her hand still holding the ticket to the Snow and Ice Museum that she and her mother had visited that afternoon. Her mother covers her with a blanket, then sits beside her, watching the sky for 5 more minutes. When they go down to the lobby, the mother says to Grace that she had spent many years trying to lull her daughter to sleep. It turns out the daughter did not need more lullaby. She needed a sky sure enough to lay her head on. Not every night at the Aurora Inn has the aurora. There are nights when the sky is whitewashed like a sheet of paper. There are nights when the wind whistles around the roof like someone playing a flute off-key. Grace has a small habit for those nights when there is nothing to watch. She places on each room's table a sheet of paper, a pencil, and a writing prompt containing only one line. Write 3 true things about tonight. No need for pretty, no need for long, just true. Guests write ordinary things. The little pop of the stove, the smell of dry gloves, warm water running over the wrist. It is precisely those small, true things that make a heavy day become just light enough for sleep. In the morning, if they choose, the guest may leave the sheet at reception. Grace stores them in a wooden box in the attic room. The wooden box has the name, the Box of Enough Things. One spring, the ice melted and sounded like strings on a harp plucked in the wind. At the Aurora Inn, an elderly guest arrived. He was Mr. Walt Merritt, a retired piano tuner from Anchorage. He brought a small wooden box. He said he came to Fairbanks to stay for a while because his home had become empty after his wife passed away. He slept very little. Whenever he closed his eyes, he heard piano keys falling like endless raindrops. Grace invited him up to the attic room and asked him to play one piece very slowly. He placed his hands on the keys. The first notes trembled. Ice had accumulated in his heart for too long. After a while, the piano played more evenly. Grace stood by the window, watching ice flows drift lazily down the river. When the music stopped, the two of them were silent together for a very long time. Mr. Walt said that from now on, every night, he would play a piece for his wife before going to sleep. No one needed to hear it. He just needed to hear it. That evening, Grace recorded in the logbook. In this place, the sky teaches people how to end a day with just enough light. Not too much, not too little, just enough. One day in mid-February, a group of young guests arrived from California. They carried cameras, tripods, lenses. They wanted to capture the most spectacular aurora of the season. That night, the sky did not give them what they wanted. The wind was strong, the clouds thick. They waited restlessly in the attic room for about an hour, then came down to the lobby. Grace poured tea. She told a story she rarely tells. Years ago, a woman came here alone. She stood still and watched the sky for 3 nights in a row. On the 4th night, the aurora appeared so briefly, it was hard to call it spectacular. She left the next morning and left behind a scrap of paper. I came here to learn how to wait without losing myself along the way. The story made the young group sit quietly. They set their cameras down, wrapped themselves in blankets, and listened to the soft crackle of wood in the stove. They slept on benches like lost children who had found their station. Not long after Aurora Inn received a thank you letter from a man signed Michael C. He wrote that he had stayed here for 2 nights after leaving the military. In his mind, there were screens running non-stop. On the first night, he did not sleep. On the second night, he went up to the attic room. No aurora. He opened the box of enough things, and read the papers left by others. The smell of dry gloves, the faint stove crackle, warm water running down his wrist. He took a pen and wrote, "I am still here." Then he slept. The letter ended with one short sentence. At Aurora Inn, I learned a phrase to take with me. Enough is an invitation. When summer came, the nights were short. The aurora went away. Aurora Inn nevertheless stayed open. At that time, more guests came to hike kayak fish. Grace switched herbal tea to chilled mint water. She still wrote small sentences into the logbook. She still opened the attic room for anyone who wanted to lie and watch the white night sky of the far north. There were nights when she went up there alone, turned off all the lights, and lay quietly. Nothing happened. And because nothing happened, she heard her own heart. Its rhythm slowed compared to her years living under city light that wanted to pull her onward. The half of her life before she had lived under lamps, chasing the next thing. For the other half, perhaps she should learn to go slowly enough to see the light of the things that do not have names. In September, darkness returned early. The sky again displayed ribbons of light that bloomed and closed. Eli came back. He gave Grace a hand-drawn map of mountain trails he had sketched in his spare time at the parking lot. On the map, he had marked in blue ink the places where he had slept. Sophia also returned. She gifted Aurora Inn a little book recording the times when the aurora appeared in a flash faster than anyone could photograph. She marked those moments with hearts. Mia sent a postcard painted with the blanket of sky draping over the roof of Aurora Inn, with a line of purple ink reading, "I sleep every time I think of the folks at the inn." One early winter night, someone knocked on the door near midnight. A middle-aged woman, her coat crusted with ice, her hands trembling with cold. Her name was Hannah. She drove hundreds of miles to Fairbanks to visit a relative in treatment. The hospital would not allow overnight stay. She had not booked in advance. Aurora Inn had exactly one room left. Hannah said she did not need extra blankets. She did not need tea. She only hoped for a place to lay her body and a voice that told her she was allowed to sleep. Grace looked at the exhausted face. She handed her the key and instructed one thing. When she turned off the light, she should say one very short sentence aloud to the room. "Please guard this decor me." Hannah did as told. The next morning, she placed an old knitted scarf at the front desk. The scarf smelled faintly of cinnamon. She said it was her mother's scarf. She wanted Aurora Inn to keep it for cold shoulders. There were times Grace thought about the little objects left behind by guests. A silver pen cap, a photo of the aurora, a hand-drawn map, the little heart-marked book. the old knitted scarf. These objects became milestones along a path, not big, not bright, but thanks to them, travelers knew they were not walking alone. That year, on Christmas night, the snow fell very slowly. Aurora Inn was not busy. Only Eli, Sophia, and a young, newly married couple traveling by van. Grace invited everyone up to the attic room. They did not wait for the aurora. They simply sat and gazed at the deep blue sky and shared a pot of hot cocoa. Eli spoke of the road on which he had quit the habit of turning on the radio at night. Sophia spoke of the time she turned off the device once the data were sufficient, rather than when the signal was compelling. The young couple spoke of their dream to buy a small house at the edge of the woods. Grace listened, then placed her hand on the window's cold pane. Outside was a sky that needed no proof. Before everyone retired to their rooms, Grace opened the wooden box. She asked each person to pick a paper and read it silently. They read the writings of others and felt they were resting on a strange but close peace. When everyone stood up, Grace wrote an entry from Aurora Inn. Tonight, 4 people sat in the attic room and shared a pot of cocoa. No one spoke of victory. Everyone spoke about letting go. She folded the paper and dropped it into the box. Near dawn, Grace nodded off briefly in the armchair in the lobby. In her dream, she saw a sky without the aurora, yet bright in a very gentle way. She saw the hands of people returning the small objects. She saw the children's eyes sleeping peacefully because they believed the sky had its own blanket. When the clock's bell struck the first hour of the day, she woke, refilled the teapot, opened the logbook, and wrote the first line of the morning. Thank you, night, for standing guard. Aurora Inn stayed there many years more. Long nights came and went. Guests arrived and departed. The aurora sometimes appeared, sometimes not. But on the first page of the moss-green bound logbook, the small line appeared every evening, like a lamp at low setting. Let the sky do the sky's work. Let the heart do the heart's work. And your work is to lay yourself down. Lesson drawn. Sleep does not come because we fight the darkness, but because we agree to let the night guard its own task. Choose a small ritual before sleep. Pour a glass of warm water. Write 3 true things from tonight. Whisper 1 sentence addressed either to the room or to the sky. If your head is full of calls, imagine each call as a door closing slowly, one by one. When the last door closes, you are allowed to answer nothing else from the day. Breathe slow and remember that enough is an invitation. When the heart hears that invitation, peace will come like a thin ribbon of light, light but real, draping over you until morning. The night has reached the final stretch of its journey. The stories you just heard are not merely fragments of someone's life. They are the very rhythms of peace, something we often forget we already have. In stillness, we do not lose the world. We simply return it to its proper pace. There, every light is gentle, every breath is enough, and you, the one who is listening, become a part of that peace. If tonight you found even just a single quiet moment within yourself, even if it was as brief as a breeze passing through the window, then this journey has been complete. Let these gentle dreams stay with you, like a soft whisper from life reminding you, you are enough, you are home. Before we close, I would like to invite you to do one small thing. Subscribe to this channel, so when night falls, you will not need to search far. Just open the channel and let a voice, a breath, a meditative story guide you back to the quiet within. Subscribe, breathe, and let go. Peace is right here, simply waiting for you to close your eyes.